Hello, check. Hello, mic testing. Check, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, mic testing. ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. Check. Hello, mic testing. Check. Hello. Hello, mic testing. Check. Hello. Test. Check. Hello, mic testing. Check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, mic testing. Check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. 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 Hello. Check. Hello, mic testing. Check. Hello. Test. Check. Hello. ಹಲೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋಗ್ರಾಫರ್ ಸರ್, LED ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಸರ್, ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್. ಅಶೋಕ್, ಇದು ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್. ಹಲೋ ಮೈಕ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಹಲೋ ಸರ್, LED ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಅವರೇ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. LED ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ. ಬರ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಹಾಂ, ಓಕೆ. ಚೆಕ್. ಹಲೋ
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Check, check, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check. Hello, mic testing. Check. Hello, test. Check. Hello, hello, mic testing. Check, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, mic testing. Check.
managing registrations, tracking attendance, handling certificates, coordinating participants. Why use 5 different tools?
The dignitaries are on the way. Please inform your colleagues if they're joining us to kindly be seated soon. Good morning, everybody. I am Ambika, and I have the privilege of hosting today's program. On behalf of Vishveshwaraya Technological University, Belagavi, and BMS Institute of Technology, Bengaluru, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished dignitaries, respected academic leaders, esteemed industry leaders, principals, deans, heads of departments, placement officers, and faculty members. Thank you all for joining us for the Industry Academia Leadership Conclave 2026. Please note, the event will be streamed live on the BMS IT YouTube channel and streamed across all the VTU affiliated colleges across Karnataka. May I now request everyone to please rise for the Nadagite.
जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदी वन कलनाडे जय हे रस ऋषिगळ बीडे भूदेविय मकुटದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದನ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತಂಜಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾದೇಶ ಹಸುರಿನ ನೀಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತಂಜಾವೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಾಮಾನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವ
seated. At the outset, I would like to convey that our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vidya Shankar, was very keen to be with us today. However, owing to unavoidable official commitments, he could not join us. He conveys his warm greetings and best wishes for the success of today's conclave. Gracing the occasion today, we are very privileged to have with us Dr. V. Keshavamurthy, Executive Council Member, VTU, Dr. B. Karunakar Rai, Executive Council Member, VTU, Dr. Sudarshana Reddy, HR, Regional Director, Academic Senate, VTU, and Dr. Ajit Padhyayana, Program Director, Special Officer, VTU. We extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. Mahendra Prasad, Academic Council VTU, has also joined us today. Thank you so much for joining, sir. So just to set the context of today's program, artificial intelligence and other disruptive technologies are redefining industries, transforming job roles, and creating entirely new opportunities. Today's leadership dialogue has been conceived to bring together eminent industry leaders and academic leaders to discuss how engineering education can evolve to meet the demands of an AI-driven digital economy. May I now request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly come forward onto the dais and inaugurate today's conclave by lighting the ceremonial lamp.
सम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे.
Thank you. I request our dignitaries to remain on stage for a group photograph. Thank you. Dignitaries requesting you to please stay on stage. I would quickly like to, and very delighted to introduce another important initiative of BMS Institute of Technology and Management. Reboot, a faculty hackathon conducted in November 2025, exclusively for the faculty of BMS IT&M, was a resounding success and received an overwhelming response from all our faculty members. Encouraged by its success, BMS IT&M is proud to launch Reboot 2.0, a national level faculty hackathon to be held in January 2027 in association with AICTE and VTU. Through this initiative, we aim to bring together faculty from engineering institutions across the country to foster innovation, collaboration, and technology-enabled program solving. May I now request all our dignitaries to please join Professor Keshavamurthy to officially launch Reboot 2.0. Sir, please. You just have to. Thank you. I hope all of you enjoyed the curtain raiser. May I now request our dignitaries to please take their seats as we proceed to the next segment of the program. Sir Karunakar Rai sir, I would request you to please join us on stage and deliver the opening remarks.
Professor Keshav Murthy, Executive Council member with you, all distinguished guests, my dear faculty, online and offline. I will not take more than 4 or 5 minutes because today is the time for discussion here, and probably the next program is hackathon. I told Principal Dr. Sanjay, my good friend, I told him I will not take more than 5 minutes because he's always scared that I will take more time. Till recent days, though we have more than 1,000 universities across Bharat, we are not having a good place in the top of 500 universities in the world. Of course, we give the best engineers. They go and work in the company. They prove they are the best engineers. But if you take the university positions and our performance is not impressive. So it very clearly shows that after the political independence we got, somewhere something is missing. Even we could give through 3 new education policies at a different times. The recent one is after 36 years of the previous one, that is NEP 2020. I think it's a high time that we should have a revision, a relook into the curriculum of higher education actually. Whether we like it or not, we have some serious problems within our curriculum. Probably can't blame 1 or 2 for this. And we brought the people, we were listening to the classes under a tree, and we made them to sit between the 4 walls, and we told them, you listen what we tell without asking questions. And we forced them to have a rote learning. By heart, get good marks. And if you don't write this, what I tell, you will not get good marks. And probably this is the most barbaric work we have done so far, I think. Nobody will forgive us for this. I think the NEP has a serious note on this actually. NEP tells, come out from this rote learning. So what we should do, and you know that now the youth whom we teach and who are coming out and working in companies, there are 40 crores. Out of 40 crores, I always tell so-called jobs because we don't know what is a job which is not a job. Out of 40 crores, 16% people, they claim that they don't have jobs. Because we have told them, you learn what we teach, take the certificate, apply for a job, and get your offer letter. We tell this is a job. And they tell, if this is a job, 16% of us, we have not got the job. And this is a serious issue. And the second thing is, because of this system we have followed so far, we have forced people, youngsters, not to think. They listen, they do, but they don't think. And today, if you talk about human evolution, civilization, if you take, it has happened, we have come from there to here. Probably we'll take 15,000 of history as NASA tells, or evolution has happened only through thinking, innovations, finding problems, finding solutions, and making our life more comfortable. But because of this education system, which we did so many days, where we asked them to rote learning, I can tell boldly, we have asked them to stop thinking. But now it's high time that, of course, you have started. We are talking about innovations, hackathons, do mistakes, appreciate failures. We do that. I think today's discussion, what are going to happen, reimagine the higher education curriculum, this is the need of the day. I'm sure the great leaders from industry, you have got a great experience. You have taken people who have trained, and you are the right people to tell us. And we have got great teachers. Of course, these great teachers, some of the system forced us to teach what we know and to force students to learn what we say. System has done it, not we have done it. We are also part of the system, we are also part of the system. But now you are coming out and telling, this is not what we want. And you are the right people in industry in the recent days. Otherwise, we had a great distance between industry and academy. We are not talking to you, you are not talking to us. We are thinking we are great. And you are always thinking you are great. But now both we are thinking to make our students great, youth great, we should interact each other. I think under the leadership of Dr. Sanjay, it's a great initiative to have today's panel discussion on reimagining higher education curriculum. Evaluating job market, of course. What do you mean by job? How to create job? Unless we don't identify more problems, more solutions, who will give problems? Who will give jobs? We should identify more problems, find more solutions, create more jobs. And more people should create more jobs. Rather, becoming an employee, you should become an employer, of course. I'm sure in the discussion all these things will come. At the same time, Sanjay sir, I think the teachers hackathon which you have initiated, probably it is of the first type in Bharat. When I went to one of the meetings in AICT, and I discussed the AICT office bearers, they told, I was telling about the BMS, sir, this is the first time I think we are here, and they are so happy. If that is the case, we will be there, they told. And I congratulate you for that. And I congratulate all the faculty. I'm sure this is the right direction I think we have taken now. All the best for today's panel discussion, and all the best for the hackathon. And I'm sure we are going to inspire more teachers and more students. And in a way, we'll take an important role in building the nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. We're all working towards the betterment of our students. I now request Dr. Sanjay H.A., Dean Faculty of Engineering, VTU, and Principal BMS IT to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning. So I welcome all the distinguished industry leaders who are present here, who accepted our invitation, and also Executive Council members, Keshav Murthy sir, Karnakar Rai sir, Academic Senate member, Dr. Sudarshan Reddy, and Dr. Mahendra Prashant, and Ajit, and others for this particular event. So we thought that, okay, so for BMS IT, so we will have this kind of panel discussion for our faculty members and HODs. So then we thought that, okay, so let it be for the whole VTU. So then we have approached VTU. VTU came forward, and in association with BMS IT, we are organizing this particular panel discussion. Again, Visvesvaraya Technological University and BMS Institute of Technology always in the forefront in the curriculum revamp. Recently, we have in 2025 entry batch, we have revamped the curriculum up to the standards of most of the top IITs, and what the outcome-based education requirement is there, and also by considering the industry requirements, we have revamped the curriculum. And also whatever the outcome-based education or outcome-based teaching learning and outcome-based assessment, we have aligned with the requirements of the Washington Accord, so that our students will be globally ready and also industry ready. So again, changing the curriculum or revamping the curriculum will not help without empowering the faculty members. Recently, the Visvesvaraya Technological University has signed a MOU with Google for empowering our faculty and the students with AI tools and the technologies. And in the same line, the BMSIT also wants to empower the faculty members, not only the BMSIT faculty member, also to empower the faculty members of VTU and all over India, which are the engineering colleges are there. In that regard, we have initiated this national level hackathon for the faculty members. As Karnakar Rai sir rightly pointed out, it is the first of its kind, and first time in India we are organizing national level hackathon. Okay, so in the future, again with VTU, we want to launch, the BMS Institute of Technology wants to launch the faculty internship. Okay, so a few of the industries have came forward. One of the industry is Unisys. I request other industries also to consider this particular faculty internship. Okay, so that if we want to make our students to be industry ready first, we have to know the requirements of the industry. So in that regard, so this internship will definitely help our faculty member to handle the students. So definitely this panel discussion will be the eye-opening for all the faculty members of VTU, so that they will again, in terms of curriculum or in terms of teaching learning and in terms of assessment, what changes we have to do, that we will understand and we will embed in our education systems. Thank you everyone. So please, this is a 3-hour session, so 8 panelists are there, 1 moderator is there, so definitely it will go up to 1 o'clock. So I request you to patiently listen to them, and we are here to take this forward so that our students will become industry ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your leadership inspires us every day. I request our audience to kindly allow us 2 quick minutes while we set up the stage, and we will begin the most anticipated program. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We now come to the highlight of today's event, the Leadership Dialogue. As I call out your names, I request our distinguished panelists to kindly join us on the dais. Please feel free to sit wherever you'd like, except for the moderator's chair. So we are very honored to have with us today Mr. Lalitanand Moses, Vice President and Managing Director, Country Head, Unisys India. So please join us on stage. A seasoned technology leader with over 2 decades of experience in digital workplace solutions, global IT services, infrastructure management, and business transformation, Mr. Moses has held several leadership positions at Unisys, Genpact, and GE Capital. In his current role, he heads Unisys India, driving innovation, strategic growth, and high-performing global teams. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. It is my honor to welcome Mr. Srinath Nadkarni, Executive Vice President and Head Data and AI at Indium. With nearly 3 decades of experience in data, artificial intelligence, cloud, big data, and digital transformation, Mr. Nadkarni has led large-scale technology initiatives across global organizations, including Indium, DXC Technology, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, HP, and Zensa Technologies. He has extensive experience in helping enterprises leverage data and AI to drive innovation and business transformation across diverse industry sectors. Thank you so much, sir, for being here today. Our next distinguished panel is Mr. Venkata Sridhar, Senior Director, Digital and Transformation, and Head of the Bangalore Digital Technology Center at West Pharmaceutical Services. With over 25 years of global leadership experience, Mr. Venkata Sridhar has been at the forefront of enterprise digital transformation, artificial intelligence, SAP S/4HANA transformation, enterprise architecture, and manufacturing digitalization. He currently leads West Global Technology Center in Bengaluru, driving large-scale business transformations and AI adoption across global operations. Prior to West Pharma, he has held several leadership positions at Accenture and Cynet, leading enterprise transformation programs across more than 100 countries. Thank you, sir. We are honored to have you here with us. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Ranganathan, Practice Head, Digital Twin and Industrial Architecture at LTM. With over 27 years of experience in enterprise architecture, artificial intelligence, industrial IoT, digital twins, and digital transformation, Mr. Ranganathan has played a pivotal role in helping global enterprise accelerate innovation through emerging technologies. Having held leadership positions at LTM, IBM, Wipro, Oracle, and TCS, he is widely recognized for driving large-scale IT/OT modernization and next-generation industrial solutions. Thank you, sir, for being here. Gracing us with his presence today is Mr. Anand Berry, Associate Director at Eurofins IT Solutions India Private Limited, a seasoned technology leader with almost 2 decades of experience in software quality engineering and product development. Mr. Berry has successfully led global quality assurance teams, driving engineering excellence across complex enterprise software products. Having held key leadership positions at Eurofins, IBM, and Wipro, he brings deep expertise in software engineering, quality assurance, agile methodologies, test automation, and engineering best practices. His passion for mentoring technology professionals and building high-performing engineering teams make him a very valuable voice in today's leadership dialogue. Thank you, sir. Our next distinguished panelist is Mr. Ashwin Kumar, Senior Director at Lowe's India, a seasoned technology executive with nearly 2 decades of experience in digital transformation, AI, enterprise architecture, and retail technology. Mr. Ashwin currently leads merchandising and supply chain AI initiatives at Lowe's India, driving innovations in demand forecasting, pricing optimization, and intelligent supply chain solutions. Having held senior positions at Lowe's, Target, IBM, and Wipro, he has been instrumental in building AI-driven customer-centric digital platforms at a very global scale. Thank you, sir, for coming. We are thrilled to have with us Mr. Manoj Dusanapudi, distinguished engineer at IBM India, a highly accomplished technology leader with over 21 years of experience. Mr. Manoj is a distinguished engineer at IBM India, where he leads innovation in next-generation processor development and computer architecture. An IBM Master Innovator and senior member of IEEE, he has played a pivotal role in the development and validation of multiple generations of IBM's power processors, contributing to some of the world's most advanced computing systems. Thank you, sir. We're very glad to have you here. I am privileged to welcome Mr. Rakesh Kumar, Senior Architect at Eurofins IT Delivery Center, a technology leader with over 15 years of experience in enterprise architecture, cloud-native applications, artificial intelligence, and digital transformation. Mr. Rakesh specializes in designing scalable AI-powered solutions across healthcare, life sciences, insurance, and enterprise platforms. At Eurofins, he leads the architecture of mission-critical platforms, driving innovation through AI/ML, cloud technologies, and modern software engineering practices, while mentoring high-performing engineering teams. Thank you, sir, for being here. We are very honored to have such an accomplished panel here with us today. Every meaningful dialogue is guided by a moderator who can bring together diverse perspectives and inspire insightful conversations. It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed moderator, an accomplished industry leader and a passionate advocate for transforming higher education, Mr. Santosh Ribello, Head Higher Education Global Workforce Development at Salesforce India. With a distinguished career spanning both academia and industry, Mr. Ribello has been instrumental in driving curriculum innovation, university partnership, and workforce skilling initiatives. At Salesforce, he works closely with higher education institutions to prepare students for the future through industry-aligned learning and emerging technologies. Thank you, sir. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Madam, for that wonderful introduction of all of us. Before I move on to the speakers, I can see my panel members over here. I would like to acknowledge deeply a great initiative by Visvesvaraya Technological University. The entire team is here. Shall we give a big round of applause to entire VTU who has taken this initiative? And also, I must say, Sanjay sir, I remember I'm meeting him 2 years back also. BMS Institute of Technology and Technology and Management. Thank you so much for your entire team, you, the placement heads, the career guidance cell, and the faculty members. Thanks for this wonderful initiative. And I would like to thank all of you, because I think without your presence over here, I think this particular mission of having a fruitful discussion would have been incomplete. And I'm sure this will be a great interaction. All of us represent different organizations, but we just want to keep our organizations on the back foot. We are not talking more about our organization. What we talk about is what's happening, where we were actually, and how we are moving forward. That's what exactly we are actually looking out at. I'm comfortable standing first, and then probably I will take a seat, but I just want to tell you, many of you are observed, Industry 1.0 to 2, it took 100 years. 2 to 3, it took 100 years. 3 to 4, it took only 40 years. And 4 to 5, it took only 10 years. And now we are in 5.0. You see, 100, 100, 40, 10, and we are totally in a different game altogether. We really don't know which are the job roles that are evolving, actually. 78 million new jobs are going to, 78 million jobs are getting displaced, a lot of jobs are coming. So when I was just drafting the white paper on it and I was just putting it across, there was a lot of changes that are coming across. And this is a very much occasion for industry and academia, not just giving what I can say inputs, but I rather call this entire interaction to be a partnership-based model. It's a partnership-based model. Industry would like to partner with academia. At the same time, we want academia to partner with industries for a meaningful outcome. It's not just we have some curriculum integration. We are not talking about syllabus change. It is about how we are transforming our products are our students, and overall, how a faculty moving out of that particular traditional mindset of a teacher or a professor to a philosopher, guide, mentor, coach. This is what I would like to bring into this entire. I'm sure all of you are a certain level of professors today. How we can transform our overall lives into guide, mentorship, or something. Who knows? In the same auditorium, if there is a faculty who's sitting and listening to us, tomorrow he and his students come together, start a small startup, and which leads to an IPO. We really don't know. That is something what we would like to see in Karnataka. And that's a vision of all the leaders who are sitting over here. So with that, I would like to take up a continuation of this panel discussion. I hope all of you are good to go. Thank you, professors. Yeah. I hope I'm putting all of you under examination today, because you have written your examination long back. I know, examiners are there. So they're definitely going to give marks to you. At the end of the day, let's decide who is going to get the full marks and the grade actually. I hope, Ajit, you are ready for that? Okay. So my first question to you, Ajit, we always listen to you. Ajit, I met, asked Ajit, what is the advantage that you have? A is his advantage because his name starts with A, but also sometime I have to start with a question. So Ajit, curriculum committees, you know about curriculum committees have been framed in universities. Anand, yeah. So curriculum committees moves in years, but technology moves in months. I wanted to understand, what are the structural changes we would like to make to have a sync between technology and curriculum? Because I'll tell you, you cannot, whenever there's a technology change that happens, we can't change the curriculum every now and then. This is what exactly the community is also addressing here. So what is the best mechanism in which this need to be synced together from your own experience?
Starting with A, okay. I know. Okay, coming to, again, the topic also is in the lines, education, right? So once education is strong, then we talk about here, sitting here. So coming back to the question about how to increase the academic relationship, or how to make the education system in line or more with expectation of the academy. So more or less, we also starting with hackathon, everybody does it. So mostly we talk hackathon inside the offices or the IT companies. Why not we do it for, along with we coming to colleges and doing it out. See, now college also saying it, they are doing reboot, right? So recently we also did internally our hackathon in the company. So where we called the industry experts, but we were now an idea, we can actually call the colleges, academic. So they come to us and we see what is happening in AI driven or the new technology, how it is being adopted. And we go back to them, change the subjects so that the academic can also get benefited from that. Okay. So instead of IT, college, let's collaborate between IT and college for such activities. So, and it's a large scale. So somebody has to start. So we had started few years back with one of the colleges. Maybe we can expand to other colleges as well and make it a industry-wide connect. Okay. That will help them to also understand what is happening and expectation from how the assessment happens, how are the things architects think about that idea, how is the business thinking about the idea. When lecturers also hear, students hear that, so their thought process will change. Okay, that's maybe the initial thoughts from my side.
Okay, thank you so much, and for that particular thing. So we will give 3 minutes each for the first question. So I'll ask with you one by one. So he is on time. Ranga, I'll move into you. I know you come with a very accomplished background of IBM. Now you're in LTM. My question is, LTM is also, I think, they're doing a lot of campus recruitment and all that kind of a thing. But I'm focusing today with Ranga, who is an architect. Generative AI is doing a lot of things, and more than that, even agentic AI. And they are capable of doing a lot of jobs that the previous engineering graduates they were used to do it actually. Now, if those jobs are getting disappeared, how are you going to create a workforce in these colleges? Let's assume these colleges in Karnataka or in other places. What this workforce has to do?
Good morning. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's really a pleasure to be in this august audience and talk about my experience. So, Santosh, to answer your question, it's not about the basic skills disappearing. The industry is moving from mundane work to intellectual work. So what does that mean? I'll give 2 instances of my personal experience. I had worked on a heavy engineering manufacturing plant. They manufacture nuclear reactors, chemical reactors, boilers. That place is full of technicians, physical hard blood and sweat. When automation came, their life changed. They became more loyal to the company. They learned the new technology, how to manufacture the nuclear plant better. It's a very different analogy. The nuclear reactor is as thick as this much thick, and it is at least 10 times more bigger than this room, and as tall as this building. It takes 2 years to manufacture that, and when they ship that, the documents, more than 10 to 20,000 documents are being delivered, and just validating those documents itself and signing off the order is a big deal from an end customer to this particular industry manufacturer who does that. Now, with Gen AI and all these things coming up, how it is going to help? I'll give a slightly different analogy with respect to ISRO and your PhD students. A PhD student is not judged by the work he has done. He's being questioned on authenticity, does he know it very well, the in and out of it. So that is very important, which means that the way the industry is shifting towards verification and validation. So the basic mundane work with Copilot and GitHub Copilot and all those things coming up, the development time cycle is shortened. The ability to deliver is becoming shortening. But how am I validating what my AI generating is going to be the key, which only very few people can do today. That space will increase now, and that's the opportunity space. So there's a huge potential in the market to verify what AI is doing. It is hallucinating today. That hallucination will reduce, but is it relevant for my customer need is going to be the future. These are the examples I have. My personal experience, I talked about ISRO, nuclear reactor, and in my digital twin and IoT. In the further questions, I'll talk more about it, but this is what the future is.
Fabulous. I really appreciate that, because this particular angle probably we need to really look into in academia. How we are going to validate our projects, how we are going to see a best outcome that is creative, innovative, and how it is getting validated. Okay. Most of the time, how many of you professors, I just want to ask you a quick question. How many of you have attended any type of industry, academia, collaboration meetings? Just raise your hands. I think many of you, right? Okay. You heard about industry readiness. This is something which you heard all the time. So Ashwin, my question to you now. We hear always this line, job ready candidate, quote unquote, and university need to be a corporate training center, quote unquote. How are you going to draw a line between these two? How you are going to bring these two aspects together? That is something which I wanted to highlight from your own engineering experience of various organizations that you work for.
Thank you, Santosh. It's always great to start with one of an amazing questions, but before that, thank you so much for this opportunity to esteemed stalwarts here, professors. It takes me back to my engineering time when I was there. So, and on top of it, there is pressure from Santosh. Say 3 minutes, and then I'm being judged. There are a lot of examiners. Okay, I'll try. Okay, so, my experience, I'm going to slightly twist the question to say, move away from job-ready candidates and industry as a corporate training center. Don't want to call that a job anymore, in my personal experience, because jobs has kind of shifted. It's now build. It's validate, as Ranga sir said. A lot of opportunities are coming from a perspective of, hey, we don't actually only think about how do I get into a job in a company. That era has actually moved on to actually say, as much as we want to get a job in a company, am I also ready to actually start my own company? With the agentic AI work which is there, with the kind of tools any person who does not have an engineering background can also pick up. Actually, they can actually come in and start building a lot of things. So these tools actually are going to kind of help both faculty, students, to start making them build ready. And at the same time, don't get kind of, I would say in my experience, go and get bogged down by one particular technology, one particular tool, which is kind of not going to help you from an industry perspective. But at the same time, be ready to solve a problem. Be ready to find a problem. That is what the era is now shifting to. Like, to be very honest, yes, AI is bringing in a lot of changes to the job family we have been working with. But at the same time, let's be honest, 30–40% of our work are mundane and kind of automated over time. But 70% is actually change management from my side. And that's where the faculty, the students are actually going to come in and actually help the students as well as ourselves to kind of start making those changes. So we go back to those fundamentals. So it actually makes me think, there used to be a couple of papers we used to call degree stopping papers. Like data structures was one, digital signal processing was another. We used to call them degree stopping papers. It's going to be pretty this thing. So sorry to put anyone on the spot there, but yeah, but actually those fundamentals are coming back again. Earlier it would be a lot of focus on programming languages and getting those syntax up and running. That's pretty easy now. Anyone can actually start doing it. Focus on the fundamentals, and that's where the kind of academia has to move towards. And the industry also has to come in with their experience to start saying, hey, these tools, I heard about a partnership with Google being signed, fantastic, where the tools are going to help both faculty. So having those tools as augmenting your work is going to make them more build ready and job ready. At the same time, industry is always ready from a perspective of adaptability. They want people who can build, who can adapt, quickly take up new emerging technologies and start moving on. So that's my thought process.
Fabulous. Thank you. So this is something, I wanted to give a narrative of it. When I travel across India, I just met one student. She's from a biotechnology engineering. Apparently, the group where Professor Rai represent from that particular institution. And she's a biotechnology student who has actually written a program, she's using agents for biotechnology. I asked him, what is that? Can you show me the whole projects actually? He's very curious. This is something where we really need to look forward across, interdisciplinary kind of a thing. That's very, very important. But I'm moving to a very interesting question which will be helpful for many of professors over here. We want to completely change the curriculum. Many a time VTU says, yeah, we wanted to bring a new curriculum. So I wanted to know from Rakesh, I'll give a blank page in front of you. I'll give a blank paper. And you are supposed to design the overall curriculum for a program, not even a course, program. You have to create a structure. you will be judged thoroughly because there are a lot of people who are board of studies, academia members are here. So if you want to redesign a overall curriculum, so how much quantitative part that you would like to give it to the core skills, creativity, innovation, industry readiness, research innovation, I would like to know from you.
Sure. Hello all. I would like to connect with the audience. This is a question he has asked, I think the toughest question you are asking me. You are asking me to rewrite the history. So it's really going to be a difficult one. But what I can tell you from my experience and what I have observed till this date, in my 16, 17 years of experience, I have realized one thing, that we have to, when you are thinking of a curriculum, as an architect, when we try to move forward for a problem, when we think of a problem, first we define what is the problem. And whether the problem is right or wrong. Before coming to the answer, you have to understand whether the question is correct or not. Just for an example, I'll just ask, not really that you have to answer, but think, if I ask a simple question, 2.7 is an odd number or an even number? Most of the people are thinking odd, somebody is thinking even, but this question itself is invalid. Because decimal numbers are not, its properties, odd and even are only properties of integers. It is not a property of decimal number. So it will not fall under any category. Same thing lies here also. When you think of a curriculum, then first you have to ask the question, what is engineering? So engineering is a disciplined way of implementing something where you have to take care of what? The human welfare. The humanity part is a very important. And I think universities are trying to solve a problem and which is more towards the job part. But we are forgetting one very basic thing, that first we have to understand what is engineering and why we have come up with the engineering. If I go and try to answer it with our traditional understandings, we have two words. One is Gyan, one is Vigyan. When Vigyan comes, Vigyan means advanced knowledge, a specific knowledge. But before that, you have to go and make sure that you have Gyan. What is Gyan? Your wisdom, your character, the way you take responsibilities. So that is what you needed. When if I have to take the decision that I have to rewrite the curriculum, obviously, I am not going to give you the exact ratio directly, but I will certainly think that in engineering colleges, are we giving Gyan or only we are chasing the jobs? Because what will happen? Right now, what is the biggest threat? Even CEOs of any of the company will start waking up at 2 a.m. on the night. Why? If there is any security threat. And who is giving those security threat? The people who are engineers. And why? Because they don't take the moral responsibility of their work. And that is very important. So my curriculum, I will always give a very, very important role on the foundations, which universities are doing. And I think that is very much important. That foundations, I'm just taking one example. In 1900, Max Planck has given one simple equation, E is equal to h nu. You know, from that equation only today the AI is running. Because of that only. There is no other physics equation came which made this AI enabled. All these GPUs, semiconductors, whatever you are seeing in this world, right now I'm talking, it is just because of that equation that the energy can be discrete in nature. So that is what we have to understand very clearly, that when you are designing curriculum, when you are making sure that people has to go through, and when if I will be designing that curriculum, I will make sure I'm not making people ready for their first job only. The people has to make 40 years of career. So I will make them ready for their 10,000th day as well. Okay?
Thank you.
So,
fabulous. Rakesh, your inputs are towards not just the entry level or a first level job, but it is towards lifelong learning. Thank you. That's a fabulous thing. Venkatesh, I know. I have Sridhar. So, Sridhar, I'm sorry. I wanted to now move on to you, Sridhar. it's a continuation question what I have asked with Rakesh. Most of the time, industry say this is outdated. Okay, this is outdated. This is not relevant. Now, according to you, you have seen a lot of engineering students. You have met them. You have already interacted with them. You have seen the curriculum of various universities. So, what is that component or those components which you feel like still outdated, but academia is still having it on their curriculum? And how you think, how you are advocating without hurting anybody to change it in a slight way?
I know, it's a controversial question. So, before I address this with my opinion, first of all, I would like to thank VTU and BMS ITM, bringing both industry and academia together in this critical time. We keep hearing this from students, colleges, parents, what's going on in the industry. So, is it something, a big change happening, or is it IT is going to be completely vanished, or only machines are going to work? We all know that, we are keep on hearing, so we keep understand like how to present this concept to the people. Then you created a venue, we'll try to put our opinion and point of view, and it's our personal point of view, and we can always go for the corrections as needed. So, from my point of view, the society misunderstanding on the engineering, that if colleges or universities teach the syllabus, academics, and student pass the examination, then they are ready for the job in the industry. For me, it's completely a misunderstanding. When you look at the academic syllabus, even if I look at VTU university syllabus, when you look at the core foundation, fundamentals of the subjects, even for computer science, be it an DSAs or programming languages, DBMS, software engineering, operating systems, whatnot, everything is completely strong enough. So from a core foundation and fundamentals point of view, curriculum is very, very strong. And is that enough? That's the question what normally opens all this topic of discussions. Look at a student just go well in the academic curriculum and come to an industry. What we give to a professional when he enter into the job? Do we give a business requirement very clearly defined where you can correlate that well? This is something I can see it from my textbook on this so-and-so chapter. No way. You can't correlate that. And all the business requirements are with too much of ambiguity. You need to understand what is the business context behind that. You need to understand how to ask right questions. You need to build a solution which is scalable, sustainable, and secure enough. Is it meeting the regulatory requirements? I know that engineering graduates come out not even hearing about business processes, not even hearing about regulatory industries. Most of the industries are very much regulated. GXBs and SOX with a lot of boundaries around. So you need to ask right questions, build the right solution. As part of the job, they need to interact with multidisciplinary departments to bring the whole solution together, integrate between the technologies, finally deliver and own it. That's a different characteristic altogether, right? The culture should change, transform as per the industry, and match yourself relevant to the industry. That is important. So the understanding what I see always, well, my knowledge acquisition with the syllabus is a qualification for job is misunderstanding. Whether I can understand the requirement well, whether I can apply the right questions, whether I can transform the requirement into a business solution, finally deploy it, and I keep reskilling myself to meet the industry needs and keep myself relevant to the market. It's not about 4 years of degree or 4 years of job. It's a 40 years of job. Everyone talks about that. But remember, we keep telling this to students as well, including my child. When I see them little stressed out in the examinations, we tell them, no, don't stress out. You get a lot of times no exam for you. But for us, every day is an exam. When we go there, we don't know whether we get 90 plus or 80 plus, 60 plus, pass or fail. That's the exam we write all the time. We keep learning, so you should be ever student. So that's pretty much from my side, Santosh. Thank you.
I hope Sir said that this particular question is, I'm sorry, this entire program is also on YouTube. You are having a live, I'm sure you can see the recording. When I asked him about this question without hurting anyone, I hope you can go back to his entire answer. He has not given me a straight answer. I don't know whether you have observed it. He said he doesn't want to hurt both the sides or something. He has given an answer which probably is very highly philosophical, which you probably need to re-understand, and you can, whenever you draft a curriculum, you need to look into that, Sridhar. Thank you so much for that.
Mostly I will give more insights on other questions what I hear, but this is very controversial, so I want to be very balanced.
All right. So I will move on from Sridhar's question to you, Lalit. This is going to be very interesting. There was a time where the faculty members used to ask students like us, like write an essay, write a program, write an algorithm, and come back and show it to us. Today what happened is, after the generative AI, the role of a faculty has become a biggest threat, because I know Ranga told, we need very much importance on validation. But the professors who are sitting over here in front of me, they're not supercomputers. They cannot evaluate whether he has genuinely written or whether he has just taken it from artificial intelligence. Of course, overall we will be able to figure it out. So from your own experience, and I'm sure you have done a fabulous work of creating a faculty internship and all, so how you are in the era of AI, these traditional practices of assignment, projects, they're still relevant, or how we can change it? I'm just giving a continuation to that. There's a buzz that is going on, examination, reforms and all that. Do we continue with the same traditional examination, or we will move on to a different type of examination?
You are answering a question there itself, right? There is a requirement for a change in the way we do our examination, definitely, right? But do we change the basics of what we are doing? And that's like, I was capturing all the words here, the word ambiguity, the word requirement, the word change, gyan, right? And vigyan and all of it. Sir, I heard you talking about, we are thinking, our students, we let them, the curriculum has to make them think and all of it. But it also comes down, I was just picking on that point. When we think, what happens next? We're going to ask questions. So when we ask questions, are we ready to be able to answer that question? Or are we thinking the person who's asking the question is challenging your authority, right? So when you are sitting in for exams and everything else, what we are looking at, we got to answer to that particular curriculum, that particular scenario that is there. And if we don't, it's not as per the curriculum and everything, and that's a part of examination. It has to be there. But I think where I'm going a little bit here is, we answered a lot of stuff there. Are we questioning some of the work that we do in terms of a regular curriculum and an examination process, critical thinking? Are we looking at the actual output that is coming in? Is that what we want? If it's the output that we want, everybody can get an output between two students. If you take student A, student B, both of them will get a great output. But can we question his judgment? Or, because as an employer, what I'm doing, I'm actually looking at the process through which he's come for an output, right? And if he's got the process there, then I'm really good, right? If he's questioning his judgment, is he looking at his requirements? Is he put a project management process? Is he done different aspects of it? So I would go in that. Do we have an answer for it in a way that we are looking at it? I think apart from the regular basics that you do, you can't change the basic. If you don't change the basic, I mean, if you don't have the regular curriculum of an engineering graduation, electronics, communications, or computer science, we don't have programming language, you can't do AI. There's no point in getting that. And if you look at the industry leaders, be it OpenAI, be it Claude, be it everybody says just get your basics, have your programming language done, right? After that, what's happening is about who's questioning AI. The person is a human side, which we spoke about. We are actually trying to figure out if I'm going to employ people who can actually question the output, right? Today I have leaders coming across to me, we look at data, we look at everything is coming through AI. I'm asking them to do it. So the student also is going to be asked to use AI. So to your point, if you ask them, don't use AI, you have to come up with your own way of looking at it, then we are challenging, we are contradicting ourselves. It's an irony, right? So they have to do it, but I think we have to go back and look at our way of, even my hiring process. If you look at it from an examination perspective, including the exam scenario, is he using the AI tool properly? If he's writing an essay, okay, the output is fine, but is he questioning, is he doing this, what you call the validation, the word that you use? Is he validating that? Is he scrutinizing AI? Right? I think if it comes down to that, I think we'll go a long way. I think our examination processes, our hiring processes, everything comes across, because that matches my requirement as an employer, right?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to ask. Like this is where exactly we are stuck today. That's why I kept the question to you. Because many a times teachers are saying this is from AI. We should not take this. And industry is saying you use AI. Now we are in a situation, we are in a fix. What exactly? That's why I kept this question to you. So it's good to use, from your word, I wanted to tell the fraternity over here, it's good to use AI tools, having very good, but again, what exactly the candidate has to do is, he has to put his own judgmental thing. He has to put his knowledge,
and
his wisdom.
I think as examiners, we should be able to find out, is he used his judgmental? I think we have to go in that way. And if he's questioning you, and you question him back again, I think that back and forth process, which Sir Keshamurthy was talking about it, right? The thinking, I really liked it. Our curriculum, you want the universities to let students think. But then when they question back, are you okay to take the question? Are we okay to take the question? And if we are okay to take a question, and then we change, right? And that will take it long way. I think that's where the Gen Zs and millennials come in, because we're all here millennials, right, in a lot of ways. And look at the Gen Zs, they're using the AI and they're questioning every bit. Everything they're questioning. All of that we see today in the world and everything, they're questioning every bit. And sometimes the questioning is questioning the authority. And if you let it happen and we take it positively, some are really bad. Yeah, we can't, right? Some, like Sridhar said, there are regulatories, there are regulations, there are processes, right? Sorry, I'm just going across a little bit, but I think we have to go, and for me, it's an examination. It's a very interesting question that you asked, right? It's can we change our examination process? Not necessarily the basics. I want to go back and summarize that. Not necessarily the basics. I think we should do it. If not, we will not have engineers and everything. But then after that, probably put in that critical thinking. Can we put that? Yes, we can do it. Can we put some problem solving skills and all of it in our examination process? I think it will come out very well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that fabulous input. I move towards Manoj. You're a distinguished engineer and you know about the entire engineering processes. So we know AI is actually doing a lot of things, and we are all impacted with AI. In fact, that is what exactly. AI is not something new which started way back in 50s. The null algorithm came in, and we academia is well versed with AI, but only the usage is now increasing thanks to AI, because this is the one technology which has brought together the technology fraternity and the non-technology fraternity also. It may be the, what I can say, the business units or a sales or marketing functions, everybody is coming towards AI. My question to you is slightly different. Of course, we are progressing. We may have a different type of AI after 10 years. So from 10 years from now, if you feel, who is that educated student? What the aspiration of an educational institute? What should be an aspiration of a faculty to train the student? That's what exactly I wanted to know.
So before I answer that question, so thank you. So like you said, yes, it's a time. It's never too late to get the academia and industry come together. Thanks for that call. So Sanjay sir, like you mentioned in the other room, we have a selfish reason. We are not wasting our Saturday. We have a selfish reason to come and sit here and do. If there are more people who can come into the industry and solve problems, we'll have more Saturdays to enjoy outside this one. So there are a lot of selfish reasons why we are here. So coming back to the question, you're asking 10 years from now what AI would do, or what?
No, I want to say, I'm sure AI, now we moved from predictive AI to generative
Correct.
AI, now to agentic AI, and something else will come. I'm not sure, you are also not very sure about it, from 10 years down the line. So what we see currently is, this is a scenario. We are preparing our student for agentic AI, etc. But what about a curriculum? So for example, a professor is preparing a curriculum for 4 years, because I'm very sure you can't touch your curriculum for 4 years, you cannot touch your curriculum for 6 years. So we need to have the longer vision.
Yep.
How we as industry leaders, how we are going to add some sort of vision into it, so that I've always called that syllabus is a vision document. How I'm going to put a industry, research, innovation vision into it, so that we are not just creating students for a job, but overall professionals.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Let me answer it in this way. So the question in my mind isn't like what AI can do, where AI is going, or how we are solving those problems. It's more of, it's bound to happen. It's no different than any other technology we have seen before. And we are crying foul for last, how many number of years we can remember that the jobs are going to go away because something else has come. A funny side, 16 years back when I got married, my first question before I got married, my mother-in-law asked is, are you going to have your job? Or I'm hearing that, okay, all the jobs are going away, right? I still have a job after 16 years. It's just that a different way we do things. And it's no different than how internet has come. And when the internet has come, nobody probably would have thought that this is how the life is going to. Today, nobody can think how it will be without an internet. And people have, probably we cannot even imagine thinking of a situation where how do you spend your weekend without having a Netflix? Now, nobody at that point in time thought that, okay, the Netflix and Amazon Primes and your Z Studios are going to take over, or your YouTube influencers is going to be a market. Why that far, right? When UPI came in, and there are a lot of cry about UPI came in, all the roadside vendors' business will go away. Who are the most beneficiaries today for the UPI? The people who we could not go before because I do not have a 1 rupee change. Today I don't think twice. They all have a QR code. If anything, probably the biggest beneficiary of UPI is the roadside vendor. So any technology like this, whatever is going to come, it is only going to transform, and the jobs are not going to go away anywhere. But what is one single common thing which is sticking in all these things? AI can do a lot of things, and the way things are changing right now, probably AI would propose, the human disposes. So human is still the center of those things, which means that we as human beings have the responsibility, or someone said that, okay, we should own it. We have the accountability to say that what is the outcome of it. We can never say this is not my job, AI did it, so I don't know what happened. And we're not allowed to use that phrase anymore, which means that we need to learn how do we own. And we also need to say that there are a lot of things which will come in terms of, for example, one thing which AI cannot do is serendipity. And there are a lot of things which we do when we're talking to people. When I'm hearing all these people, more than they talked, I have more notes for myself. So there's a lot of serendipity which happens when you talk to the other person. I do understand two agents can talk to each other, but there is no serendipity there. There is no unexpected thing which is going to happen. Based on the data you provide, it will do something differently. But we are the responsible to make sure that, okay, those things are happening in a manner how we are going to imagine. So what skills are we looking? How is the curriculum getting influenced because of this? The fundamentals are not going away. If we are able to think, AI will help. The AI-assisted roles will enhance. The people, and it's one of the, I think it's a Harvard professor who said this, the jobs are not going away. The AI is not taking away the jobs. People who use AI are taking away the jobs of people who are not using AI. So from all the way what we are looking at is, if you find out a new technology, make sure that, okay, train the students how they are going to use it. I know you have a problem that how do you going to evaluate, and which means that all the faculty have to learn how to evaluate and be smarter than the student. And my favorite statement, my comparison is never with respect to anybody else. My comparison is always with myself yesterday. And if we continue to do that, if every student, every human being is thinking that I need to be better than what I was yesterday, I don't think this discussion becomes very relevant. Then we are not going to look at a curriculum in the sense of saying curriculum can never be equivalent to the content in a textbook. Curriculum is equivalent to saying that what is the outcome of when somebody passes and reads a course of, somebody said theory of computation. When we study theory of computation, what is the output of it? Is it solving a problem? That's for exam. Theory of computation is tomorrow somebody comes and says, there is new job called AI, but it also created a lot of security problems. It's true with every technology. How are you going to design a state machine which can solve that problem? So with every technology, new problems are going to come up. What we need to teach is how do you solve those problems. There are going to be completely different kinds of problems. If you're not aware, I'll talk to you offline. There's so many problems right now that, okay, which we do not know how to solve. That's what the technology is going to be. To keep focus your curriculum on solving problems.
Thank you, Manoj. You know, that is really, really nice of you. Human and AI need to work together. That is very exactly. And as he rightly pointed out, AI is going to transform the jobs. As in the opening statement I was talking about. Srinath, I'll move on to you. Okay. So there was a time when we were students, and I'm sure all the professors when they were students, there were two major categories of work that you used to do, maybe three. Curricular, extracurricular, and max to max is sports. If you are, how many of you participated in sports? Okay, very good. All right, still how many of you are still participating in sports? Raise your hands. Just to make a general knowledge. Okay, very good. I think it's a good time for us to get back to the sports ground once again. All right. Now my question is, today, curricular, extracurricular, forget about that and all that. We have something new, buzzwords are coming up. Micro-credentials, boot camps. Sir has proposed hackathon. For the students, of course, it was there. Now the faculty has to get into it. So you think how these things, they're definitely getting into your industry. And I met some professor who was talking about entrepreneurship and innovation. So all these things are eating your mainline curriculum. So there is a faculty who's saying, so my mainline curriculum has to go on. You are actually bringing in that. Now how there should be a balance between your mainline curriculum, your extracurricular in the sense like micro-credentials, honors program, and you talk about the others, they are going to be, I can say, have an impact for the student. How you think about, that should be an ideal balance between all of these. How you think engineering should be?
Great, terrific question. First of all, good morning everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. What a Saturday it has been so far. The way that I'm going through my own learning and unlearning, through the discussion, right? Specifically coming to the point, micro-credentials versus the mainstream curriculum. I believe the mainstream curriculum is something is very foundational. It's very, very important, need to have very deep roots. Micro-credentials is something that what industry is kind of looking forward to. Now, when we say the main curriculum, I think there are some intrinsic characteristics that what I would like to highlight. See, in the industry right now, the technology or the micro-credentials that what we are looking is, it keeps changing, it keeps evolving, right? But then the main characteristic what we look for is around the critical thinking, the product mindset, the innovation ability, identifying the problem, right? My fellow panel, he was kind of mentioning, never ever that we are going to get a clear requirement for a problem or a customer what they are looking for. It is very important to figure out, filter out, find out what exactly is the problem the customers are having. So you need to build that capabilities. And in addition to that, the angle of domain, which is very, very important. Just having basic understanding, that is not going to be enough. So technology plus the domain will play a big role, but the foundational characteristics that what I mentioned, the product mindset, the innovation mindset or entrepreneurship, and the way that one able to communicate, the storytelling abilities, these are extremely important. I mean, these are something that you cannot just build it overnight, right? The engineering degree, when somebody is going through 4 years rigorous program, that has a discipline. That rigor, you will not be able to get it. The cross-disciplinary ecosystem and the access to the, the professors, the mentors and mentee relationship, the way that, industry connects possibly that you will be able to establish. These are things that what you may not be able to get it in the micro-credentials. Micro-credentials is more like a fast track, right? It's a crash course. Crash course can do a certain job for a targeted application or a skill build kind of an exercise. But what you need to do is you need to go beyond that. So micro-credentials probably is required in an academia, probably in the curriculum. It is important to have it. Please back it up with a solid industry credits, industry credentials. And with the technology specific interventions, probably is going to take us a long way. And again, we need to get our students ready for a long haul, not for day one, just for the corporate job. But as Rakesh was mentioning, we are going to get onto the long haul. Some of them may be, getting into more like a founders. They may want to get into the startup mode. Most of them may be getting into, services side of it. They may have their own way of functioning. But I think we need to enable a platform where, they kind of build these kind of capabilities.
Srinath, sorry to interrupt you, but can I, because the VTU leadership is also here, the dean is here, we have a regional director. Can we think of a skill-based account for a VTU-based students where we can put all the micro-credential that student is taking up over a 4 years time, and at the end of the particular 4 years, can we give this particular student some sort of recognition, some sort of certificate? Maybe he has completed 8 courses, 8 micro-credentials or that. There are some of the good universities in India where are doing it actually. Can we do that? I'm just putting it
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a great thought, and that's how that, the industry will recognize, these micro-credentials that what students have gone through. Maybe 3 or 4 students putting together, or a project where they would have acquired over a period of time, going through different industrial use cases. They have solved it, right? Applying AI or applying any other technologies, but that credentials probably need to carry along, and that's how that the industry will start recognizing. Okay, these guys are not just academics, but then they also come with a strong backing with a specific domain-centric solutions that what they have applied, and then they have demonstrated that. So that credentialization is very important.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, this is what I thought of sharing it for the VTU, Professor. Professor has one point to say.
VTU has minor degree courses as well as honors also.
Correct.
Which belongs to that micro...
Credentials. So it's a very good practice. What we can think of probably having in a more formalized way, we can say, for example, Professor said about Google, you said somebody is having IBM, so many courses. Whether the student is taking up that, I'm not giving a framework today, but I'm just thinking of maybe a proposal kind of a thing where you can have a lot of brainstorming, where every student can carry this skill wallet to over a period of time, or a skill passport, I rather would like to say. And this skill passport in Karnataka will be valid for across all the organizations where they are going for jobs. This is what I'm just proposing, Professor. Thank you so much for the input. I have, moving back to first speaker, Anand sir, Ananda. There was something we are always used to say, in engineering, one of the biggest problem is something like this. We have multiple disciplines. We have computer science, information technology. Now, thanks to AICT, which has come up with AIDS, DS, and so many branches have come up. I'm sure you observed one important thing. One department is not talking to another. It's not like faculties don't talk to each other. I'm not saying that. It's like when you have a project and 6 people are there in a project, all 6 people are either from computer science, all 6 people are from electronics, all 6 people are from IT. Now, the successful projects which are executed in most of these MITs or other universities of the world, they're interdisciplinary. Okay? The successful projects are coming from interdisciplinary. There is a person who comes from computer science, a person comes from electrical. I go with what Professor Ranga sir said about how nuclear and computer science, coming together, some sort of thing. How this interdisciplinary should work in our projects. How departments should start talking to each other rather than, like more discipline-centered towards interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. how that should happen.
Thank you. Actually, my experience also goes with that way of working. So I will share my one experience and then try to answer it. When I was doing MS from BITS Pilani, I'm a mechanical student that I'm engineer mechanical engineering from UC, and my fellow partner from the other student from CS from Ramaya. So we were given a project of implementing that time internet, AI, everything was not there. So we were given a project of come up with a solution to have internet in Airbus, like in the industry. Okay. So I have to think from the mechanical side of story. How do you, what are the wiring you have to do, not compromising on the strength of the Airbus. And the CS students should come with what are the things VSL design or whatever is required for satellite communication to have the internet enabled airplane. Okay. So in line with, when you were asking question, I was thinking, okay, I was going back to 25 years ago. So that catches me. And according to, even in UVC, when I was studying it, I had a lot of friends across the teams, electronics, electrical, computer science, civil, and we were working on together. Okay, maybe that gave me an advantage of stepping into IT as well as stepping into any problem statement if I took it out. So it comes on the students' side as well as to be collaborative, not just think from, I am CS student, I am IS student, I will only work from IS projects. Think about collaborating with others. Similarly, when the problem, I was actually giving some example writing here, when you are giving assignments, right? It can be CS or IS or whoever it is. Give a practical assignments from the industry. Just asking, okay, come with a program, come with a solution, they will anyway do it out. And now AI is there, quick of mind, they can get it. But give a real problem statement, which we do it from our exams in the interviews. So as well as when we get that problem from our requirement from our backside, like our labs and the pharmaceutical companies, that problem statement, if you give to the students, they have to collaborate with across domains, because that's the time where they will force to do it. Because if I don't understand the problem, whatever AI will try to give, whatever solution I use it in CS, it may not work. When the either pharma industry member or a mechanical civil jumps in and say, hey, yo, it won't work, ba. This is how it works, don't bring that idea. That is when their thought process will get challenged and they will be able to tweak the problem and make it much better solution. Okay. So I was trying to say that don't just go for mobile app or application driven. I'm written lot of apps now. What is the use of that app? Which problem statement you are trying to fix it? So if you can collaborate and say, we developed, instead of I developed, we developed a problem for, or this was a problem and me and mechanical student joined together to solution. That is where we will, and those teams should come here and get recognized. Okay. So what again, sorry, but
I know, Ananda, this is something which is very important for us. You know, one of the questions that comes in India is we are only a best country for services, but we are not a good country for products. And products can come back only when interdisciplinary talk happen. I asked this question to the entire panel because of I have different questions, but I asked you because if you see our own teams back in the industry, they're coming from different background. They're coming from versatile background. If they are coming from versatile background, why the same practice cannot go to academia? Why we cannot talk, that's what exactly, thank you so much for that. Now I'm slightly changing my side because I'm a moderator. I can switch the side from industry to academia also. And also I have an experience in academia. How many of your placement officers over here? Yeah, thank you. He's raising hand. Or your career development cell or other ways. And I know Ma'am Ambika here because I was constantly talking to her. So now my point is to you, Ranga sir. Most of the time the students have been preparing for soft skill. This is what industry is saying. Soft skills are very important. But when the campus recruitment team lands over there, the switch is different. Hard skill, projects. I'm sure you experienced that. This is the only forum you can say yes. and feel free to talk to us, you know, like we are friends. You know. So, Ranga sir, now tell me, we are in a fix. Academia is in a fix. From your experience, please tell us what to do.
I have one more simple question. All of us have maid in our house. So you interview them, you talk to them. then you might have seen that movie, Atiti Kab Jaoge. The wife says to her husband, maid is more important than the husband. So, so coming back to the point here, the basic evaluation is required from a technology as a basic understanding. There are, as Professor said, crores of students are getting passed out. On what basis do I select them? Now, once they get into the job, I will go back to my nuclear project experience and also the largest industrial digital transformation from a shop floor perspective. It is not the, and also I would like to link the question which he asked Vikram about the AI is giving answers, and professors don't know how to evaluate. I strongly disagree to that. AI gives an answer at a surface level. You took months to understand what it is. That months get reduced to a month or weeks. But if you go 3 levels below, AI is still not ready for that. So industry is still creating some core domain wisdom that's still going on. Why I'm mentioning this point, the ability to understand what it requires and quickly adapting is very important from a soft skill perspective. So you mentioned about there are a bunch of requirements in the industry. How do I understand my requirements? You qualify technically, I'm a Java expert, Python expert, Gen AI expert. Today, I am taking a Claude certification exam, even though I'm 30 years in the exchange. Few months back, there was some other Gen AI exam. 1-2 years back, it's all about cloud exam. In the industry, it happens. When it comes to the skills, I am judged the best in my office or in my organization because I'm ready to adapt my skills, willing to learn more, willing to adopt AI technologies, and then apply it back here. And that comes because of my soft skill. And soft skill does not necessarily essentially mean it has to be good communication. The 3 things which is required for any person to be successful in their career, the ability to say yes at the right time and no at the right time. The industry, IT industry, is facing a major challenge today. People take the requirements and say we will deliver, they don't deliver on time, or they're not able to say no for fear of something. That is one of the most important skills required in the soft skill. If the requirements will come, then guy will be excited, I will do this robotic project, I will do this AI, I will do it in 1 month, 6 months will be over, he can't deliver. And we all know about this in this industry. So conclusion is soft skill is very important. Judges the ability to say and go back and give my commitments back to my customer. End of the day, we need technologists, but we are not an R&D organization, we are a business organization. So when you do that business, soft skill becomes a very important role. That's why it's important. So it's not about creating a CRUD operation, database, this, that. That's all happens, people will do. This is very important, according to me.
Manoj would like to answer, but I have a question for you. You want to take
an answer I want to do is, the reason we are in a fix is because we cannot judge soft skills in half an hour, we judge the hard skills.
So when Manoj comes to your campus, please be ready for hard skills. Ranga sir is balanced one. Now my point is why, this question I'm throwing open for the entire panel. Any one of you can answer, then I'll continue my question. Any one of you can pick up this question. When I reached out, most of the HR heads in India, they talk about only one thing. We are going to hiring a strategy called T-shaped hiring model. I hope, how many of you heard about T-shaped hiring model today? I hope many professors. Thank you so much for that. So anyone, T-shape, basically the vertical side of the T basically represent the technology, the horizontal, which Ranga sir was also, the vertical you can say Manoj, what he mentioned about, so the various technologies that he mentioned about, and what Ranga sir brought, the other side, communication, customer interaction, problem solving. If anyone of you can put, how this T-shaped is important, because many a time professors won't understand. So I'll put it in this way, a very simple narrative. In an IPL match, you won't hire only a batsman or won't hire only a bowler, but we really require all-rounders. So how industry look forward an all-rounder today? I think Lalit, you can take it.
Nice one. I'll just take this example that I have every day in when I'm working, right? So even as leaders, even as professors, even as students as well, when we ask for a report, right? Now with AI, everything, you get everything like this, right? So, but then there's a finance team, there's a HR team, There's an IT team to look at the assets, what's the output, what's the financials, the P&L and all of it, right? I can get it right now. I don't need to go down to different places because that's how the things are set up. I don't need to do reviews, like a monthly review, quarterly review, it's right there. What I'm doing now is questioning that. So when I'm giving it across to somebody else, what happens is it immediately comes up. I start looking at them and I said, okay, what's the report? The person now, I'm looking at the skill of the person when the person gives it to me, exactly as to, is the person understanding what is there and understanding what's the requirement for the business. So first of all, you need to understand what is the business for. Like, for example, when you're introducing here today, what's Unisys in, right? And that's the first question that you ask for. It's fine, you're an MD or you're a chief architect or whatever it is. The same thing applies to when you're working on a particular scenario. I'm looking at, when you heard about the word critical thinking and everything else, right? It comes down to that piece. Are we questioning? That's the hard skills, if you can put it out. It's a soft skills, you can put it on a different way. It's communication, you can put it in that way. And I like it, you put it simple, yes or no. So when I look at a report, great, wonderful. So what's the insight? You are hired not to build that report. You're hired to tell me all of that's inside that. Like, I'm just looking one example of a report. PowerPoint can be done by everybody now, right? Put it out. But to build that PowerPoint, the content has to be there. So you put that content, Copilot or Claude and all this stuff, they come up with beautiful. So if you don't have and structure or you don't have the processes, and that's why you're hired. For that, you have to have basic education. For that, you have ABCD has to be there. So you just can't say, you know what, I don't need LKG, UKG, first standard and 12th standard and all this stuff. I'm going down that path. I think that's where this is as simple as that. We've been very philosophical in our discussions, and I don't know how this comes across. I think from an academia, we're being very philosophical and generic in where we're not giving, we're not really prescribed one. I think the hard skills is more about, can you as a leader, can you as a principal, or can you as a HOD or a professor when you're looking at a student, I'm just going back to academia, can you find that person, right, actually asking the right question? But if you look at certain great projects, even in a hackathon, the student actually also has a financial skill because he's actually looking at that. So there's 5 team members. One is a marketing guy, one is a finance guy, one is a technical geek, right? And then it's actually there. It's just that we have restricted ourselves in multi-domain that is coming in. That's where it goes across. Imagine if a BCom person is actually on that project, right? How about some arts person on that? How about a marketing person on that? We think an engineering person, engineering. That's exactly where it is. Because in a university, we have all those disciplinary. It is just that the professor or the management has given that project saying that this is a computer science project. Now, this computer science project can just go across. And then when you do that, it comes out differently. I am an electronics guy. I'm in a management side, electronics engineering management. When I first started off, people were saying, what are you doing in a call center? It was not a call center. It was actually supporting IT. When was the last time we, even here, opened up a laptop to see where is the RAM? Where is the hard disk? Earlier on, when I started in my career, right, we opened up everything, 386, opened up everything, pulled it out, circuit board, we actually built circuit boards. Today, we're so worried to open up the laptop because the laptop will go really bad, right? But we used to troubleshoot, right? I think we're going down that path, long drawn done, so it is that hard skill that he was talking about, that open that hardware. It is the soft skills that you're talking about where you have to have that questioning authority, or you yourself question, introspect yourself and say, I given this report, is it going to be useful for my boss? Or this project, is it going to be useful for a product? If not, in the world, every product or every entrepreneur will be successful. Why is it not successful? Because the product is not built in a way that's useful for a customer there, right?
Yeah. Thanks, Lalit, for that. Because message is very clear, my dear professors over here, that today there's a need to go for more of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. Don't hesitate if there is, I don't know how many of you are representing MBA department over here. Anybody? Okay, thank you so much. We could have very less number of people. This number, Professor, probably we can increase in the coming days because VTU offers MBA program and there are a lot of schools. Now, if you are having an entrepreneurship project, if you don't bring a financial expert, I'll take the words of what Lalit said. If you don't get a marketing guy, you don't get a sales guy, you don't get, technologically the project is fabulous, no doubt about it. But who is going to put the financial brain into it? Who is going to bring the, the marketing and a sales aspect to the project? That happens only when people who are bringing them. I think that's something which is really, really required. So, Ashwin, question to you. Again, I'm taking a side of academia. Please don't feel bad. So, in this era of technology, AI, we always hear degrees are not that great. Am I right? This is what you heard many a time. Degrees are not that important. It is employable and skills. So we get hurt many a time when people say engineering. So why I'm doing a 4-year degree? I'm a professor of an IT. You know, why should I take a degree of this one? Where obviously that's going to be. So how you are, again, I hope, what Sridhar said, I hope you can also bring a philosophy over here. How you are going to tell or console about or bringing people, both the sides on the table. Degrees are also important. Skills are also important, as Professor said, the honors program and all that, how the skills are also important. And how hands-on experience make a person perfect, what Manoj has said just now. Can you put all these pieces and can you just connect the dots?
Yeah, interesting question. I would say my skill itself is less valuable today compared to last year. Because of the way AI is actually coming into everyday life, I have to start embracing it. So just think about it, all of us. Am I improving from last year? Am I augmenting AI into my life? Because it's come everywhere, right? It's not now a luxury which is only with technologists in the industry. It's actually available at pretty less subscription. I remember some of them even offering free subscription with telecom operators, right? So I think that way, if you're actually focusing on mundane tasks, workflows which are repeatable, automatable, then that's not really a skill anymore, right? That should be something which AI can actually assist you and actually go forward further. And that is applicable in every organization, doesn't matter on the education side, industry side, everywhere, day-to-day life, everywhere, right? Now, the part to it is, as engineering comes in, what is the big value add which you are actually adding on top of it is extremely important from a skills perspective. Is there a good answer to it? No, we are also learning. But the fundamental is we should change. And something, for example, if you're asking me, senior leaders before, they used to be purely management, yes. But now they're also actually looking at how to build software. They also, it's building a UI or an app is no more a luxury to only engineers. Even senior leaders can actually quickly, using an AI, actually develop it. So the same question comes to the faculty side. As much as students have access to these tools and they might be going faster, are faculty also going to the level of understanding and using those tools to complement them in the conversations? Is a question we should ponder on.
Thank you, Ashwin. That's a very important point because a few years back, faculty used to go to the lecture hall. The information was not available to the students. Today, we are in a situation, we get the information at the same place, the student is also having an early access to that. So now, that is where exactly we have a challenge. I was actually noticing an advertisement where it was like an advertisement, two students are trying to solve a puzzle, and it was a diagram over there. They just take a screenshot of it and they translate with the help of AI. This is what exactly Ashwin is talking about, and we may have to spend hours of time actually to explain that which AI is going to explain today. Okay.
Just to add to that, this point is not made by AI.
I know. Thank you. This is something which is very, very important. I'm very sure because I want to close this because I wanted to pass it on to the faculty also because we want to be as I told right in the beginning, we are partners in this journey. It's not like we are only speaking over here. We are partners and we are collaborators. But let me just go back to Rakesh. Okay. So, I don't know why I'm giving you the questions which are very critical to you. higher education is one side, job market, let me change that if you don't like a word job. So the employment market or something on the other side, are we, or industry, are we going in a different path? How to bring both of us together? I think Lalit answered that, but I wanted to know from your own perspective, are we going really in a two different paths from the type of engineers that you're getting in, or is it time for us to get into a sync?
I think partially it's true. I will not completely agree that job market or the academia is going completely in a different direction. Look, if we have to just think through that when a problem comes, the problem don't belongs to a specific discipline. It is somewhere splitted, what we have talked right now also, that it is splitted somewhere in different departments should take care of it. Same thing applies here as well, that academia is trying to solve a different problem and the industry is trying to solve a different problem. Actually, we are talking about two different time horizons. That it is not that, okay, the universities or the academic team has to chase the technologies. If you will try to chase, you will always be behind because the technology will always be in the front head. And the job, the industry will keep on asking that. But where we can synchronize basically is the foundation. When I joined this industry, whatever technologies we have learned or I have learned, and those technologies are now completely outdated, but still I am surviving. The reason is adaptability. The quick learning, how quickly you learn, how adaptable you are. We are using the word critical thinking. I just wanted to be more specific on that, what is critical thinking. I try to explain it with one example. Thinking, you think something. Suppose I am asking a question, a simple question, that we all know the very basic equation, V is equal to U plus AT, right? Now, the simple thing is that everyone knows, okay, V, I will put U plus AT. Simply, this is thinking. But what is critical thinking? When you know the assumption, if acceleration is not constant, this equation is not going to work. So you should be knowing that, okay, what all my assumptions, what all my thinkings, and on top of that, how I am revalidating it. So it's not that job market and things are going in two different directions. Synchronization can only come on the basis of the foundations, the basics which we understand, and on the basis which we try to do the adaptability on top of it. I'll just try to take one example from my own industry, where when we create any application, any software, solid is a very key word which we take care that, okay, with the solid principles we make. I will not go in the details of solid principle, but O I will try to borrow from there. O is open close principle. Open for extension, but close for frequent modification. So you just make sure that you pack those foundational knowledges so that those knowledges will remain constant as the job market will keep on switching. Today it's AI, yesterday it was cloud, day before yesterday it was blockchain. There are so many keep on coming. But that closing part where your foundations are so strong that you can easily extend it, that is what something needed.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Rakesh, for that. Sridhar, I know you are one person who championed the work of something called an negotiator, ambassador and all that. So I'll try to give you another question. Okay, we say like in this AI-driven economy, a lot of things are happening. We have already spoken many things, but faculty members are all human beings and faculty role has become transformed over a period of time. So it's not only the lectures, not only the tutorials, not only the lab session, the faculty has to publish papers and I don't know, please, extracurricular activity. How do they balance between training the students, doing a research and everything? And how collaboration with the special interest group of students, they can create rather I can use a word called company. A company within an organization can create this faculty to be a champion rather than what we can say, faculty isolatingly doing a work. Instead of that, a handful of people coming together, and they work like students, work like associates with the faculty, and how overall an institution can be built. This is what I'm thinking of. How about you?
Interesting question. So,
I don't want to put a load on faculty, but that is there. But how to, we can build a different thing. From your own industry experience, you can share it.
okay. So it's also going towards that, the kind of education on disciplines versus projects and how this is all going to be correlated. Okay. So here I will try to be more straightforward, and I will give my perspective and complete vision of how this education system should transform. So take an example, faculties are driven by what you put in your curriculum. That is most important. If you set something in the curriculum, they have to go by that. They have no other choice. Now the question is, now are we going by disciplines or versus projects? That is number one. The answer is we should still keep continue with both. Say, take an example. If you only go by the discipline, right? Then the student will learn a lot of understanding on the books, theory, depth in the knowledge. He can solve the problem, but he cannot correlate the industry. And if you go by the projects, they can know how to solve the problem, but they cannot understand the core fundamental behind the solution. They never meet the relevance. So now for faculty, how it works. So it's purely depending on what change we apply in the whole education system without disrupting the overall fundamentals. Take an example today. The academics, what we call it as 4 years, right? Now look at a smart manufacturing industry. Let's take a smart manufacturing plant. Now this is what faculty need to understand. Without that, it can't meet to the industry. Now what you see in the smart manufacturing plant, you will see mechanical engineering, you will see the electronic chips and PLCs for the signals, and you will see the cyber security infrastructure, you will see AI and data, you will see the ERP systems like robust SAP systems, and you will see the data analytics. Now, what an academic need to focus on, if some universities or some colleges are little bit trying to apply this, definitely they need to upgrade the faculties to meet the target. But my vision of looking at the education is to meet our industry requirement. First thing is, out of 50% of the education, first 50% of the education, still to continue on the foundation on your discipline, core foundation on the discipline. If that is missing, you cannot correlate. There is no way you can understand the business. And that core foundation required, if you look at mechanical engineering, then you will talk about your thermodynamics, your applied materials and mechanics. Our electronic students need to continue with circuits and PLCs and embedded systems. And computer science engineers still need to continue with the strong fundamentals of DSS, programming languages, all operating system, DBMS, software engineering and everything. That is fine. In that area, what I see is faculties are extremely, experts in that. This is in the core of the education system. But what is that we need to make the faculties ready for is the second half of the journey. While you are doing this core foundation in the discipline, the first half of the journey, you also need to give the exposure to the business processes. Because none of the technology is of no use if you cannot understand the business process. So you need to have that an optional learning, need not be a full course or credits. I don't know, whatever the way you want to apply, but having that business knowledge is super, super important. When we completed 30 years ago, I will take a little bit of time. When I completed 30 years ago of my engineering computer science, I don't shame to say that. I have no idea about the difference between a vendor and a customer. I don't know about GL, I don't know about cost centers, I don't know about plant and warehouse, store location. Then my education is of no use. I can't implement an organization. So at the end of the day, everyone is going to be part of this journey of automating industries. That's all it is, the journey, right? Now the second half of the journey where every student should get an opportunity to take a specialization tracks. Bring the specialization tracks, 1 or 2. It can be AI and data, it can be cloud, or it can be cyber security, it can be your industry 4.0, 5.0, it can be your enterprise applications. Now also while giving the specialization students, you need to bring faculties upskill to this. This is one challenge to be addressed, because without faculties upskill and students cannot learn. At the same time, it's not always a concept like universities should train the students. Students should change their mindset to transform to the industry needs. It's not about a book. And I keep hear from the students when I talk to them. They say that I need a college where they push me what to do. Then you will not fit to the industry, because no one is going to push you in the industry. You need to have that curiosity, understand, learn, transform, continuous learning. Now it opens another problem statement. This is the most important problem statement which we are all trying to touch it up, then I'm trying to be very straightforward. Do we have the universities or colleges capable of executing the programs, right? Projects. Academic is mandatory, disciplines are mandatory. Now are we in a position to run the projects which are interdisciplinary? Now look at that smart manufacturing industry. To run a business process, you need to involve all these departments. All these technology guys need to come together and solve a problem. That's how our daily life is. Then the faculties need to connect with the industry. Industries also should not ask something which is not realistic. The universities should generate, quote unquote, an experienced freshers. That is not possible. So where industry also need to collaborate with universities, give them the real problems. What is it exactly we do in the industry than what you learn in the college? Now apply your academic discipline, bring all the interdisciplinary students together, give that real world problem here, our industry problem here, and ask them to build it. Then go through the verification. Now here the actual problem comes in with AI, because we are all talking about AI, right? What you know earlier, talking about, well, my faculty or a college teach me strong in my coding skills. Yes, you should have strong in coding skills, otherwise you can do nothing. You should know the fundamentals of your core foundation, otherwise you cannot correlate. But now, is it something really needed in the industry? Unfortunately, it is wiping out. So you have fantastic AI tools coming in, maturity is going up like anything. In 2 years down the line, it will avoid the hallucination. It will come to complete matured model. Then will you be able to use that? Take a OpenAI, ChatGPT, which is consumer AI. But look at enterprise AI, Codex. A lot of people don't even talk about enterprise AI. That should be part of your curriculum, because that's what we use in the industry. Consumer AI is for normal people. Enterprise AI is the game inside, right? So, or you can go for various coding tools, basically. You can apply anything, but end of the day, you should be in a position to decide whether I can deploy it or not, which I'm repeating again. In the industry, don't get in confusion. This is what one of the loose statement I keep hearing outside, that, oh, AI is going to replace every job. But the panel is pretty much in the industry. They are highlighting that. It is impossible. But yeah, 30 to 40% you can see your colleagues are agents in the industry. That is fine. But what you need to do, human in loop is mandatory. And that needs to be enabled by the faculties. Faculties need to go through all these trainings. At the end, you need to vet it and sign off, because you have to take the accountability of the outcome. Now, okay, even this is another calculation what I hear from the people. And then 30-40% AI agents coming in means 30-40% jobs are going to be eliminated? Absolutely not. There are lots of new jobs coming up to enable this technology transformation. You call it as any of AI native jobs, AI developers, AI integrators, AI product owners, AI researchers. Continue building the new jobs. Last point what I would like to highlight is, if you can able to adapt AI and faculties learn how to adapt AI and do not say that you need to code like this only. Allow them to code with the AI tool, but challenge them to defend the solution. Explain that how it is built in and ask them how it is scalable. That means they know what they are doing. This is what they are going to do it in the industry. Now at the end, what is the benefit of the industry with this transformation? One of our panelists highlighted that in .com era, we say that, oh, everything going to be internet, but every company adapted it, created more jobs. Now AI is creating more jobs with it. Reason is, most of you, I don't know whether you had it or not, what is the major industry problem statement today? Forget about technology. Technology is just an enabler. What is the industry problem statement? Is time to market. You just go and ask for a car what you want. You wait for 3, 5, 6 months that car to be delivered to you. A product's what we deliver years to release to the market. Sometimes the time we are ready to release the product, may not be relevant to the market needs. Now this AI and the technology revolution with all these platforms, accelerating the execution. Your release cycle time is getting down like anything. And what it means is, instead of you complete something in 1 year, you will be able to complete in 3 to 4 months. That's the only difference you will see. But the point is, if faculties are not upskilled, are enabled to bring the students transform to this new technology, then this becomes an irrelevance. So the making the relevance is important. And for that, faculties need to be connected to the industry and understand the real industry requirements, upskill themselves, and push the students in that direction rather than following the instructions.
Yeah. Thanks, Sridhar, for that particular input. And this is very important that I'll go to the next question, but before I want to tell you, the faculty today play a multidisciplinary role. You are an evangelist, you talk about technology, you are a research person, you are an innovative person, you are going to be a person with the mindset of entrepreneurship, which comes together as a package, and that's what exactly he is talking about. And then comes the brand of a faculty will be built in a campus. This is what I wanted to, because today, if you see, something that moves in the market very well is a brand, because brand is an emotion. And I'm very, very sure that this is something we are talking about. Okay, Lalit, my question to you. There was a time where people used to graduate, they used to proudly call themselves as engineers. Okay, today we are not calling them as engineers, we're calling them as engineering managers. You already told me, but again, I'm just putting it. Manager is someone who manages people, but today's engineer who is going to manage the agents, coding agents, different type of coding agency is going to. You have done a lot of hirings in the past. Now, how you are going to strategize your engineering managers hiring in the future years? I would like to know for next 2 years.
That's a nice one again. It goes back to bringing it all of us together, right? And what am I doing right here? I'm actually learning from each of these things that are coming in. It goes back to scenarios. I'm trying to put it in academia side and to how it is being done. When we are doing a resume search or whatever it is, where do we go wrong? Or what's the industry going wrong, right? We are probably looking at the designation. We are probably looking at the credentials that are there. And what does that give? It actually only gives probably the experience or the opportunity somebody or he had to work on. It only tells that. It doesn't tell something else behind it as to has he worked on different scenarios. Again, going back to the word critical thinking, are we doing all of that? Are we checking on it? To your question, what are we doing from a hiring process? What kind of people we are putting it out, right? It comes down to us as well. Where are we going about in terms of, are we actually looking at checking the right requirements for our company or for the requirement for the business needs that are there? Now, AI comes into play. Your resumes come out very well. If you do a virtual, earlier on, we used to be worried about is the person actually the same person on the other side, or is he doing something else? It's like the exam somebody else writes, a proxy kind of scenario, right? Now it's completely different. The person is sitting there, and if you do a virtual one, he's probably got another screen there and he's working out. Right, it also goes back to the other question, right, in terms of, assessing a student, now assessing a candidate as well. When we're looking at it, we are actually going ahead and questioning certain scenarios on that particular resume that person has. And that comes in, that clearly brings out in terms of what's happening. Today, our talent acquisition team, if you actually ask, he cannot have an AI skill to get that. That's the biggest problem that we have, because the thing is, a talent acquisition person has to be an AI expert. Now, how are you going to have an AI expert when the tool is actually changing, right? If you actually
Lalit, why I asked this question, deliberately asked this question to you, because if you see the CVs of a student, they still reflect everything. MS Office, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. I really don't need those skills at all in the industry.
That's one way to look at it.
That is one aspect.
No, but that's one aspect of it. But there is other aspect of it. Student has got everything. He's, in fact, no, seriously, he's worked on everything, right? Sometimes it's like, I go back to this when I look at some of this, like, you know what, my daughter today morning, we were talking about something on the medicine side. She's doing a medicine, and my son was just getting his 12th done. And they were questioning me as to, do you have this experience? What are you talking about? Do you know about this? And it comes to you as well, right? When the student, you're working on it, they probably ask you, have you worked? Have you worked out? Now, I'm going back to the curriculum side of it, right? And going back to the same thing. How about we give you, saying you worked in Salesforce, an experience for you as a professor, while you are a professor here? Why not? Right, which means to say, which is exactly what we are partnering with Dr. Sanjay and the VTU side from Unisys, is you come and work as interns. Basically, it's experience. You're not working as interns on development projects, live projects, right? And you take it back and you go back, you have an experience of Unisys, a Salesforce, or a Google, or whatever it is. How about that? And then you stand in front of the students. Right? Now you have a resume for yourself, completely different. And that comes across to any aspects. If you're a HOD, come and be the manager of a team, right? And when you look at it, the questioning about the management, you said we're managing agents, now we are looking at managing the employees as well and the student community coming. I'm going a little bit ahead in terms of how do we need to go ahead with an academia side of it, and how can your resume be good, and how can your student's resume be much better. From a student side of it, live projects. Right? And to your point, Sridhar actually said, it's sometimes very impossible to get a fresher with an experience. They already probably have, right? Because they are entrepreneurs, they're already doing it. When they join your engineering or BCom or finance or MBA, they know they're going to do what project. They're already way ahead. They're already looking at scanning out who's going to be their partners for the project. I'm not joking, that's the best projects actually come out like that. Right, and those are the ones that actually come out to be very well, and they go out to be very good. There are others who are waiting for the colleges to give it back, the curriculum to give it. I think where we go ahead is now, can we go along with the students and tell them we are getting this for you on day one? By the way, on day one, we know what project you're going to do. By the way, can we do it? So I'm going at a little bit ahead. Probably you have another question around that. Is like in your curriculum, how about putting the project not at the end of it or the edge of the curriculum? Can you put the project in the center of it or in the beginning of it?
Exactly.
If you can do that, right, and instead of the outer, whereas the project usually comes after you teaching, how about putting the project right in somewhere in the middle or in the beginning? The person starts thinking, and then you get that experience. It goes completely different in terms of experience, and then for me, it's easier for hiring. And I look at it and I said, oh, you already worked on this. This is like a project in Google, or this is like a project in Salesforce, or this is an ERP project that you worked. You're already in. That's straightforward. That's curriculum and that's change. You don't need to change your basic. Don't do anything. All that you're doing is the output there, and then the professor gets his projects. He's done his experience. He's also got his experience, and industry wants experience, right? You already got it. A fresher can be forget about MS Word or anything. They have already studied it. Fifth standard definition, sixth standard.
Because I remember, if I've gone back and checked I'm sure if you have, your kids must have seen, C programming is there in 8th standard. Java is there in the 9th standard. HTML is there already. Now you tell me whether we really require that kind of curriculum, right, in the engineering first year, or as Lalit said, can we think, is it because for our comfort zone we are putting those subjects, or there's a urgent need to change very fast? There's
You might
urgent
have,
need.
you might, I would say, I wouldn't say change, but you could probably have the C programming. If somebody does it very well, keep moving. Right, probably the guy needs to be on the second semester, that thing needs to be here, but you can't change the curriculum as such, right? You need to have C programming. Somebody, that's the problem that we have.
No,
And I like it.
Not a C programming change. What
Right.
I'm saying is, shall we teach the C programming from the 0 point, or we
from
talk
somewhere
about something called as a
Right,
higher
I'm going a
level?
little bit differently. I like the speech that Sir Keshamuthi actually said from VTU side of it, and it hurt me a little bit as well when we look at it from an India perspective. We all come from here, right? And we are not in the top 5 of whatever universities across the globe. There's probably Harvard and all of that. And I look at it differently. They have a different problem they're solving for. We have a different issue that we have in India, right? We are, as a university, we are trying to solve for students who are coming from different backgrounds, income group, some coming from the city, some who have access to AI, some universities have access to all the tool sets, finances they have. The best colleges can get everything else. The best college can put actually a quantum data center in their campus, right, when the businesses don't have it. How about looking at it a little bit differently and say, you know what, if you put all of that, but when you're looking at the ranking, what they do, the ranking, they have probably they have these parameters. Are you doing this? Are you doing this? Our focus is completely different. Put that ranking and get that college there or that university, they probably will not. They're way. Right? I look at it. No, I'm really bringing it out because I think we're putting ourselves down in a lot of ways. When we look at it, we rank ourselves in that basis. I think we would be number 1, or VTU could be right there on top, where we are catering to all these kind of, imagine a principal sitting here, he has to have a student who probably did not, this goes back to C programming, that kid did not learn in the 8th standard for some reason. Because he didn't have a computer, or he had a computer, he learned, he forgot. Right, now he's coming to engineering, the other kid has got everything in his house, and he's like a geek. Right, and his dad gave a Copilot license or a Cloud premium license, and he's all over. Right, and here we have a kid who's just coming in. Now, how about, that's where I look at the universities, and we are trying to solve for it, right? And probably we are far better. I think stick to the basics, change the projects there, give that experience right in front. And if you can do that scenario, I think we'll be right there. And imagine Sanjay sir being the CEO of Unisys for like half a day, right? We'll be far off.
Yeah,
sir,
sir, okay, I would like to go with that.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. It is a nice discussion. And the panelists from industrial personalities. And also, of course, we have a dean here. A couple of observations over the discussion that I thought must have to be shared at this platform. As you mentioned, the flexibility right from the high school level and 10th, including PU. The flexibility in choosing the subjects, irrespective of whether it's a commerce, arts, science, or even engineering, if there is any provision for having the flexibility of choosing the subjects, at least if not much, something that would be very much beneficial to focus on their interested domain in the higher education, in case if it is been opted. So this is not must be confined for the curriculum transformation or the adaptation based on the requirement of the industry perspective. It must have to be right from the ground level that, as you mentioned, that is very much required at the high school level, PU, and 10th as well. Because some of the subjects that the students that they have gone through might not be interested, might not be linked to the higher education or any other courses that he offers or the domain he offers. Again, I would like to mention, even Dean we have right now here, most of the students are very much interested seeking their own startups, interested and even the government is encouraging for entrepreneurship. If the students are very much confined and interested in this area, why don't we focus and make them to be strong and look into their own dream? So, irrespective, this would be an addition. Say, for example, just to give an example, if the students are interested in these kinds of, it would be a burden for him to accommodate and whatever the fulfillment of academics, apart from his own interested area in entrepreneurship or the startups. So he could not able to be effective because of constraints of the time, the subject that he has. Just like any other students, he must also be taken up the subjects, whether it's open elective, core elective, all the subjects. In brief, let me say that I request, special or consideration must have to be given for those who seek for this kind of openings.
Professor, I want to ask you the same thing that a few minutes back one of our panelists said. Can we create special tracks? Can we not just think of special track only in technology? Can we think of a special track in innovation, entrepreneurship, so that a student after the second year, when it moves to maybe after the third semester, fourth or something, from there onwards, he'll learn the nuts and bolts of this creativity, innovation and entrepreneurship, and he'll become a full-fledged professional. This is what sounds like whatever.
If I can add there, right, not taking time out from you, Santosh, but sir, good point. The thing is, I'm just worried that I don't want to think that eminent leaders here, the curriculum come from UGC, all of it, right? It's great, right? I think that should be there. Ideas like these, right? These are things. So, for example, that's what I see even in our office. If I get an idea, what am I doing? I give him that person a platform while he's doing a regular work, right? Because he has to be productive on that. I give him the funds for him to go finish that project and people and all the, tools for him to go ahead and do it, right? Now, in this case, a student's got something else. Now, you got a brilliant idea. Could be Facebook. Let's look at Mark Zuckerberg. How did he start? In the college itself. So they have a separate platform going on. But he's probably finished his degree. If he's not, that's a different problem. But I think fundamentally, if the person is come here to finish his degree, so we continue to do that. If you have a separate team for entrepreneurship, the person will lose out. He has to do this, whatever he's doing, and then probably this. I think we'll have to find areas, assess it, and that's where the hackathons come in, that's where the projects come in. I think we got to just go a little bit more different. And to your point, can we go down to schools as well, right? And if you do that at that level, you don't know, you might have a geek right in 13, like a Suryavanshi right now. I mean, we can get it right there.
It's already been adopted in NEP 2020.
Yes, sir.
Next level, and probably, and another aspect that I would like to mention, in another, with the introduction of this, if you permit.
No, I'll come back to you. I'll just finish off 2 more questions, then I'll open up the discussion. Sure. Okay? Sure. Now, I was actually interacting in India with universities, VT of course, but my new entrance in India is the foreign universities also. So I was talking to a lot of foreign universities which are in India from my work charter point of view. The faculty whom they are hired is, of course, few of them are Indian faculties. There was one faculty in one of the university that I was talking, the faculty is still in Switzerland. He's supposed to come and join in the month of August, middle or something like that. So look at the diverse faculty members who are going to come in. Manoj, this question for you. So diverse faculty. So the faculty who are there in engineering, the faculty who are there in Indian universities, and the faculties now they're coming from the foreign universities. I'm sure this is what exactly the government wanted to make. I remember government is talking about let the best will survive. That's what exactly they talk about. The best to thrive, and all of them, we need to look into it. So elite universities, they can take risk. And if they fail also, they'll quickly come back. Now, I see a lot of colleges over here, they're affiliated to VTU, they're affiliated colleges. Now, they can't take too much risk with curriculum because curriculum is framed once. They can't add too many things into the curriculum. Lalit has given a points over there. So what do you think? How we can compete with the best brands which are coming over there from a technological point of view? Everything that will take into account.
I think Lalita, someone mentioned about Harvard before. If Harvard has a failed project or a failed experiment, they get a paper in a very reputed conference and journal. If a community college gets a failed experiment, the student's future is at risk. Probably the professor's funding is closed. That's the fundamental problem we are seeing. And the reason probably in my view is when the elite institutions and students and faculty there, they have a lot of support from their relationships, they have support from resources, and they also have a lot of relationship, lot of references, either in the industry or in the government. And that's something probably we lack as a community institutions we have, where we probably are not building those relationships are those references, and I was glad to see one of your alumni, a couple of them alumnus sitting in the morning there in the room. Leverage them, please. Now, why are we failing this one, right? So it is not about whether we take an experiment and fail. It is about when that experiment failed, are we giving the support? Who is basically blamed in that particular experiment? I think that forms a fundamental problem, and the only reason these so-called elite institutions are going away with whatever they're doing and they're continuously going is they do not fear of failure because they have a lot of backing. Now, we probably fear the failure because we do not know what is going to happen if I fail twice. Now, failing is not a problem. If you fail twice in the same thing, first time probably is a mistake, second time is kind of unforgivable thing, and third time if you make the same mistake, it's a sin. And as long as we are not able to, not allowing to go through the third time and make a sin, I think we are allowed to, all of us are allowed to fail, and we all fail. And big corporations fail, big elite institutions fail. And that's very, very important. And how do we do that? Okay, are we stopping all the innovation now? Absolutely not. But I think we need to support our innovations and experiments, what we're doing with some kind of science, some kind of support, some kind of, first start asking the question, and like someone said, why are we doing this one? Whom is this important? Now, there are two ways of doing any experiment. It's like, I'll just do the experiment because I feel like I need to do the experiment. The second way of doing it, I'm doing this experiment knowing that this is what is the outcome expected of this experiment. I may be wrong, but I know why I'm doing the experiment. And that approach normally takes us the failure rate much lesser. And once we do that, we as both faculty, students, community, and if you're collaborating with industry, all of us together are responsible for that experiment. As long as you're able to get to that kind of thing, we will compete with any elite institution. The biggest kind of currency we have is the talent pool. And the biggest currency we have is the age. And if we are not able to compete with the elite, nobody else can really compete with this one, right? In my view, the summary of this one is, the innovation is probably, needs to be the fastest, where it is most needed, but the innovation has to be the safest, where the stakes are high. So you pick which bucket are we falling in. Are we falling in and solving a problem which is necessary for the people outside in this Yelahanka new town? If it's absolute necessary, you can take experiments which are fast and fail fast and then recover from that. But if you are doing an experiment in nuclear reactor, like Ranga sir kept mentioning, you better be very safe there, take an approach which is very calculated, but there are opportunities everywhere.
I hope Ranga sir, it has come to you now.
I wanted to make one point there. The soft skill he mentioned, I don't know if you picked up the word, fail fast. That is something I think I would recommend all the students to understand that. Second one, I just want to, he talked about nuclear reactor. Personally I've taken it very seriously. But the point is, they're all designed for failures. So design for failure instead of design for success. So failure, as you rightly mentioned, Harvard, etc. are there, but the students, especially in our culture, they should learn to start to think, to design for failure. Failure means it's a way for success. I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Ranga sir. Now, we almost spoke many things. I wanted to conclude with Srinath sir. Now, this particular debate is going on live with a lot of colleges across Karnataka. I'm sure tomorrow our students also will watch it. So, if you think all the students are watching, and especially, now we conducted a survey long back across the globe, and we said 63% of the students, their skill, there is a mismatch. Okay, they cannot be hired, all those kind of things. I'm not quoting all that. But first years, second year students are something. First year students are yet to get into the engineering. So if this same live telecast has been seen by a first year student, what is your message to that student?
Okay, so the guys who are in year one, right, I think...
because I don't want them to run away from engineering.
Agree. See, I mean, we talked so many things, soft skills, hard skills, semi-soft, I don't know, we can come with 100 different words coined here. But I think as an individual student, one has to look a holistic development. Use the 4-year program overall to see how that you can get yourself all-rounder, right? We talked about the product mindset, we talked about entrepreneurship, we talked about innovation, right? There are a lot of things, these are not something that you can be taught. You have to go through the motion and then learn. So one thing that we were all talking about is fail fast, experiment, right? Learn the things quick enough. Now, AI, one of the aspects of the AI is, the speed at which that you can bring from idea to POCs. There is a lot of, AI is democratized. You don't have to really wait for, the kind of expertise that what you would need to build the code, etc. So with the AI tools available, you can quickly, bring your own ideas into some kind of a motion of, proof of concept. So that's the way that now we can get yourself quick, hands dirty, and get into that. Now, when I say total all-rounding effort that is required, here we talk about, again, the new word that is coming up is forward deployment engineers, right? What is it? I mean, this is not something new as such, but it's coming in a new avatar, right? You are talking about bringing business together, business acumen, financial discipline, talking about your technical acumen, strong super communication skills. If you are able to put these things together and then try to solve a problem for a customer or for an enterprise is what it is typically all about, right? You need to hone these skills. Now, use this 4-year runway that what you have to get some of these skills. You will not be a forward deployment engineer day one when you pass out, because you need to get those credentials going through the industry rigor and experience. It's going to come, but then you can start now. Now, this is a time to get yourself acquainted in terms of getting all these different skills, apart from the engineering curriculum, the discipline, or in terms of the industry-specific knowledge domain aspect of it, right? Use effectively, build your own network, build your own ecosystem where you can collaborate with your fellow students from other disciplines. We talked about interdisciplinary, right? For example, a guy who is working or studying in civil engineering or in electrical engineering, how he or she can apply AI, for example. Collaborate with somebody with computer science students and bring together a use case, maybe helping in terms of transmission and distribution, or with respect to energy saving if somebody is working on electrical engineering. All these possibilities are there. So it's all about see how that you can correlate, collaborate, effectively connect, and establish yourself in the industry when you're ready for getting into the industry, for the job, or getting into the product, or launching the product, or being a startup, right? So I think that's what is really required.
Thank you, Srinath, for bringing that FD. I lost it completely. I've forgotten. That is something which is I think engineering college need to really prepare FDs, the current requirement of the industry. Thank you for bringing it. Now, how many of you conduct surprise test to the student? Raise your hands. Can we have one surprise test to all my panelists? Yes? Yeah, okay. I have one question to all of you. You have 30 seconds. Okay, so you can let's start from Manoj. But here is a phrase that I'm going to give you. So today we hearing about Gen Z. Okay, so most of you are going to be teaching Gen Zs in your engineering campuses. So my quote unquote, Gen Z : technology, skill, career. I leave it open. You have 30 seconds. Gen Z : technology, skills, career.
The feeling of entitlement.
30 seconds. Okay. So allow them to do practicals, fail fast, there is no perfection, learn, fail, rotate and make that perfect product. So allow them to use the tools. Allow them to use the tools. Don't keep them into traditional education.
Make them accountable. Accountable.
Yeah, I like that. I know everything else, but I need help. I need counsel, I need to be trained. Can you help me? Right? That's where I put in. Like, so technology is there. So Gen Z, I know everything. At the same time, I need to be trained, and so tools comes in. And if you can get that done, I think we'll all be together, right? That's where it is. Let them question authority, let them do everything else, and we can go ahead.
I would say innovation, innovation, innovation.
Wow, it's good.
For Gen Z, maybe think out of the box so that everything is in your hand. Think out of the box, who has implemented it, who has done it.
Great.
Yeah, Gen Z have already access to technology. They will come up with their own skills. I feel they will own their career a lot more faster. So help them in their journey completely.
Okay.
Gen Zs, obviously their cranial capacity is better than us because they are the next humans. So obviously, give them the freedom. They are smart enough. Give them the tools to work and bear with their questions, because we come from the background where we don't question too much to our elders, but they don't have that habit. So bear with them. That is what my message to all the professors.
Sure, thank you. Now I'll question to you. 8 people spoke here. Can you tell me, in an university, in an engineering college, you need to create a position. We have assistant professors, associate professors, we have professors, we have deans, directors, principal, everything. With these 8 inputs, can you create one position here? I might even, we have a position of entrepreneurship and all that. Can we create one position? This is for you. Anyone can answer. I don't know anyone. Chief mentor. You are very close. Next. Okay.
Once they become professionals, how to manage their income?
This is one of the biggest problem that.
Because when we got our education, we never know what is your income tax return and other things. Savings.
I think VTU is noticing this. I think VTU professors are here. They're noticing this is one of the need, because most of the university, when I'm talking about this, is also coming up. But I'll go back to the question only. I want some answer from this. Which is that position probably we need to create? There are a lot of positions are coming in IT industry. Lalit, there was a position called Chief Disruption Officer. Okay, all that is coming up. Now, my question is from academia, which position that we can create? Officer of? Professor of Connect. We have a lot of professors of practice in our organization. Okay, but anyway. Chief? Innovative officer. Anything else? No, they spoke about something else. Chief validating officer. So Ranga sir, he is carried away with your passion today. Okay, so I'm advocating chief career counselor. No, you must be having it. I'm just saying. Career counselor, why? Because most of our people on the panel felt that the Gen Z need to be guided. They need to be mentored. They need to be, something told, you're good in this, go ahead, take risk. I think this is something which we are. Now I'm opening the entire panel for question. So you can just please stand up. You can introduce yourself 1 minute, and then you can tell who is the person whom you want to point a question. Ma'am, over to you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Assistant Professor Geeta Kadawa from the Department of CSPS.
From the same college, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
From BMSIT. And this is a unique branch that has been brought up to the Association of TCS, mainly because there was a gap in how the students were able to perceive business along with computer science. And me being on the financial side of things that I'm teaching for the students, I did give a few tasks for the internship that our students are now attending on finding out the unit economics of their work. Right? Now, the students think that's too big a question, and if at all, that will be actually handled positively by the management or the mentors. Now, I would like to, I'm not sure who I need to ask this question, because is that even a thing that students should start thinking from the perspective? Because I personally, when I taught them, and I'm
bring back that question again. You said unit what?
Unit economics of what we're doing.
That's a nice one, right? So unit, I can take that. I mean, I think that's exactly what we're asking for, right? And it's okay. And anybody, for example, if I give a project and the person is working on, right, it's important that he needs to know what is the business outcome. Even if you are here, you have to know BMS IT, what's the outcome, right? If you are going ahead within your own parallel way of working, it's not going to help the system here, right? Or it's not going to help the education. So, and then, during that course, if you see there is a contradiction between the business and what you're thinking, that's where you got to empower yourself to figure out how you can influence that outcome. And I like that person who can actually do it. There's a lot of leaders. We were just talking today, and there was a very senior leader who could have changed the outcome of artificial intelligence in India, right? And there are leaders who did that somewhere else as well. I don't want to get into details of that, but imagine that if that had happened, right? The only difference between that person and somebody else who's got something bigger is basically, right, you know what, that other person was able to challenge the system, mold the government, mold everybody into what is happening. So in today's scenario, if you're sitting there, that's basically challenging the question, which is exactly where we are going. Ask the status quo, right? And if you are building that within your curriculum through that way, and if we can ask that unit that if we can measure it, wonderful, right?
Yeah, Professor, can we just go ahead? Yeah.
Under CSR, you must come to the college as a faculty, propose a course, guide the students, and apply them also. So probably that is much better.
Yes, sir. Already working with Sanjay sir and our VC there. Definitely taking your idea there. It's coming from people like you. Hopefully we can get that done where your professors are actually working with us, right? And on live projects, and you go back, and students also working. Imagine that. To his question, Mr. Sridhar also was talking about, can we get experience? And you'll not call us fresher when you're coming. Basically, you already have 2 years experience. Yeah, we should. I mean, I love it. If you certify me, I need to get coached for it, right? And I'll come back to you.
I'll give you.
Sir, I will take that question because we did this in with one of the colleges. We trained them, both students and faculty, and they came to us in part of 6 months. They were part of our release. So they actually, faculty wrote the code, and we challenged them. So that happened. Okay. Yes, that's why we did a piloting for that.
Okay, I'll go to the next question. Please introduce yourself and point the question.
Yeah. Hello, panelists. I'm Kavya, assistant professor from BMS. So I want to throw a general question.
Okay, open question.
System, like a situation.
Have you given any open book exam to your students?
No, I'm trying.
Okay, good, great. That's a very, very tough one, in fact. Yeah, in fact, please go ahead.
That's why I'm trying.
Yeah, go for it.
So it's a situation-based question.
Yeah, please go ahead, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, sir, as an industry expert, you all are industry experts. You might be recruiting people from all around the world. So, I want to know, as a manager, just a hiring manager, if there are two conditions, there are two situations in front of you. The one candidate knows everything about the fundamentals of the subject and fundamentally strong, but AI name. Like they don't know much about AI tools and models. And the other candidate knows everything about AI model, like agentic AI.
Ranga sir, this question to you.
Yeah, but the other candidate don't know everything about agentic AI, all the models, but lack somewhere in the fundamentals of that subject. So I want to choose, I want to know that as a recruitment agency, which one you hire and why? Or is it mandatory to balance these two parameters? Like you need to have the CSE fundamentals or any other subject fundamentals plus AI.
So it's a very beautiful question. Sadly, today I consult non-engineering colleges, especially arts colleges, to enforce basic AI, basic computer knowledge for all the streams so that they are computer savvy. It's not about being knowledgeable. Whom I would prefer? I would prefer the guy who is good in fundamentals. AI today, there are two kinds of AI, deep AI and AI. So for me, deep AI is person who is very strong in deep neural networks, image processing, blah, 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 all those things. The AI tools today are just, I call them as accelerators. It helps me to do a work faster. That can be picked up by anybody. I'm sure all of us in this room do that. So the things required is AI tool awareness, which all the disciplines must go through as a mandatory thing. I've been advising this in non-engineering, even a commerce college in remote tier 2, tier 3 cities. I go to the college, I change their curriculum, I make them aware that, so I do guest lectures as well, tell them do this so that you are aware of it. So you can't ignore that. Simple example, my father is a physics professor in quantum mechanics. He doesn't have a mobile phone. He has a simple feature phone. He's scared to use a smartphone. That when these graduates come up from these remote villages, if they're not aware of this basics of AI, they will struggle in their career. So that can always be taught up. It's a matter of 6 months, they'll pick it up. That's my response to you.
Yeah, ma'am, please. Introduce yourself and a question.
I'm Dr. Aparna, professor in the Department of MCA from the MSIT. At the outset, I would like to thank VTU and the initiative taken by our principal to introduce specialization tracks in the MCA. Now, as I've heard from all of you till now, all of us have been talking about the 4-year program which the BE undergraduate does. Now, the MCA being a 2-year program, and the last semester being completely into internship and they're out of the campus students. So we just have 3 semesters where we can hold the students into the campus, and now we are, from the coming academic year, we are introducing specialization tracks. So we plan to introduce maybe data science, or it could be a cybersecurity track, it could be a ERP track, it could be an IoT track. What are the AI-driven competencies that every graduate has to possess, irrespective of the specialization they take up? That's one thing. Second is, given the very short period of or duration of time that they are going to be in the campus, how much can we squeeze in?
This is something, Sridhar, before getting into it, I want to tell you, you have to, there is another way like we can prepare the food in a Udupi style. Ma'am was asking, how can we have faster noodles?
Yeah, I'll try to answer this question also, certain extent answer to the previous question. Now, are you going to focus only on academics fundamentals, or are you going to focus on AI? Earlier I touched upon, it should be mixed. But remember the industry where it is changing. What we are looking from the student, it is straightforward answer from our side. There is no way the industry is going to continue with the way it is today. And in fact, we are completely transforming inside. And it is going to be completely native AI. No matter what technology you are working in, what platform you are working in, AI is going to be part of your initial design. And it can't be, right now we are trying to embed it to the existing applications, but everything coming up is native AI. That means, is it only AI? No. The industry is giving jobs in extreme high volumes in ERPs and your cybersecurities, infrastructures, your industry 4.0s, 5.0s. So now how you are going to prepare a student is keeping the fundamental strength mandatory. If that is not there, they have no clue. They can't correlate anything in the business. Giving them the quick business knowledge. You need not be super depth, but at a high level business knowledge is mandatory. But they should know how to apply AI in their each and every part of the work they do. Without an AI, there won't be work in the industry. But AI is not going to be an individual job alone. Right now you are seeing many individual jobs in AI. Going forward, that will phase down. The moment the maturity of the models comes out of it, it will take care of the things. Now it's more about prompt engineering. You need to prepare them. How best they can do, ask the question, understand the business. See, the model is simply changing, ma'am. Today and in the history, you always used to say, okay, you learn, memorize, code it and execute it. But now that is totally changed. You understand the business requirement. Then ask the right questions to the tools. It generates, but is it going to be applied? You don't know. You validate it. Look at the industry fitment, business fitment, look at the scalability, look at the security, look at the overall governance councils, your SOCs, your validations. Then finally, you integrate it to your business requirement and decide to deploy. So what you need to focus on is
is something you're talking about, is it what I'm doing right?
this is what is going to be. And we already started in the industry.
If I can add to that, I just wanted to let you know, ma'am, and this is typical in our company, every company. Just because you are an engineer or you're working on some IT project doesn't mean that AI has to be there. It can be in arts, it can be in finance, it can be in HR, it can be in, we're asking HR has to use it. Finance has to use it. So it's all over. So in your case, in our Unisys, we have something called AI first. Everything AI first. You're putting it AI first. Just adopt to it and say AI first right there in the very first day that person comes in, because he already has that when he's coming in. On his phone, Google Gemini, you put Google AI is right there if they're using Google. There's no need for anything else. If they're looking at Google Maps, it's running on those technologies there before even to come to this place, right? So I would say if it's 3 semester, great, wonderful. You're making it that faster enough for the person to be there. If you can add that part to it where you're looking at it, and this is just not for MCA, it could be for anybody else, that you figure out where they have to do it, some project right there in the very first semester on with using the AI tool. The only stuff is now you're going to find out, you know what, can I get funds for some tokens or whatever it is. You don't necessarily need to do that, because there's partnership that VTU has already done with Google and everything else, but if you want to really go ahead, you can find out the best ideas and thoughts, then you can give them more licenses. I'm just giving you ideas in terms of how you can go ahead. And then give them license and say, okay, here's what. Now the output goes, now you can figure out if you want to give it to somebody else. I am thinking very soon the token numbers count will actually, the price will come down very well, just like laptops and everything has come down very well. In another year, everybody will have it. The kids will have it on that, and they're going to go ahead and do it, right? It's with all of the stuff that we are doing, right? And it's just like 3D printing that we have. You want 3D printing at home, you can print anything, any equipment right now, if you really want it. It's just that the 3D printer is a little bit expensive. The moment it comes down, you can have every product at home. I was just thinking, if you can build a product at home, there's no need of a production environment everywhere else. But to your point, I think I'm just going to generalize that for every other stream, be it MCA, be it BCom, be it finance, arts, fashion design, right? I think you need to put that in. And then you can see the output. It's different. Without it, if you don't do it, you're way behind. We'll lose the race. We'll lose it off completely.
Yeah, I have a small point, ma'am, here. Good that you raised the point, and I have a request with VTU. Can we also have a similar exercise for MCA colleges? Because we dealt much in a larger scale for a VTU engineering scale. Because, ma'am, what happens is these students are coming from BCA. Definitely they'll complete a project and they come back to MCA. So MCA is not their first year of learning or something like that. So as Lalit rightly pointed out, the MCA first year itself can start with the project, because they cannot come to MCA unless and until finishing a BCA project. So they have to, their intermediate stage is already over. Now I consider MCA is much larger. I think we need to have a lot of brainstorming on this particular point. Thank you so much for bringing that question. Ma'am, over to you. And
very good afternoon to all the panelists present here. This is Dr. Usha, Professor at Teen Student Welfare from BMS IT. My question is that a bit contradictory with the things what you told now. Since we know that AI is increasingly performing well with all the entry-level tasks, my question is that what the university should teach that AI cannot easily replace the particular component. Because as a university, we have branches where we have to give the, I don't call it as a justification, but all our branches are quite important to us. So how this can be addressed?
I will start with saying that the new literacy is not going to be the coding. It is going to be when to trust AI, when to challenge it, and when to ignore it. And yeah, don't compete with it, right? So what it means, ma'am, is basically that your question to ask is, a lot of people talked about AI native, and start and say, there is an AI plus and plus AI. Plus AI is, I have to force fit AI into what we're doing. And we did that throughout every technology. When Java came, I have to do every programming in Java. No, not necessary. You can do it in C. You can do it in assembly. The AI plus is, like everybody said, start thinking and saying basically, whatever course you are teaching, can you make that project so complicated that it becomes AI native? And so it is a tool in human hand. It is not something that which we have to basically say, if we don't know this, we are going. Tools have to be used to make work better and faster, is more efficient, and they are not the tool should not become the mainstream education.
I seem to have a point and everything, but I like it. The question is, don't compete with AI, just take AI along, right?
Yeah.
I would take AI along, and to his point, judge. You question AI, then that's where the human thing comes in. The moment you do it on top of it, it's like, I like this one I'll just add this one example then. If you try this Google Maps thing and you put a place, let's take BMSIT, and you miss that place, and you go a little bit further on, it'll take a U-turn again. And you go the other side, it'll keep going around. There are some people who don't know that it keeps going round and round. The human has to stop there and they say, it says left, now let me go the other side, let me see how it goes. The same thing here as well. I'm just giving you a simple stuff. I've seen people struggling with Google Maps. I'm like, Google Maps you can't do, because it keeps going round and round and round sometimes, right? But then there's a reason why it's not turning around and saying stop, stop, stop. It does if you don't have the volume. But I'm just coming into this point. Take it along and put it everywhere, and I think you will see things coming. Let's take this moderating thing as well.
Correct.
You put all these questions in the Google thing, and we can check our expertise with Google AI or with AI or Claude. It'll probably give answers different, and that's when you can probably respect us versus the AI stuff, and we respect you from that standpoint, right?
Yes, sir.
So one quick addition on that. What you teach to the students beyond all these technologies and tools? Curiosity. Asking the right questions. Applying it to the real business world problems. And continuous learning. Lots of times the students comes out with an assumption, I do my 4 years degree, I'm done. Sorry. You should have a readiness, commitment to learn forever. You want to do job 40 years? Learn 40 years. Today you see AI, tomorrow something else. Are you ready to transform? That mindset, that culture need to be built in. If that culture is not there, we see that frustration in the IT employees because they're not ready to transform. That no AI can tell you or no other technology can tell you. It's all about human thing. That human thing needs to come out from universities. That is mandatory.
Sir, over to you.
As we are most of us being professors,
I have one important point before Professor adds into it. Now, this is one brainstorming exercise for VTU because all of you are there, the regional director is there, the dean is here. There was a time where we used to have, the companies used to go hire and then they used to train and then they used to deploy. As Lalita said, I'm reiterating it once again. Today, what we want, the training need to happen in the university, colleges. Companies will hire the right talent and then we will be definitely deploying them. That life cycle need to be prepared thoroughly. This is something which is a need of the hour. Professor, over to you.
yes, sir. As most of us in the platform have experienced, we are talking about the curriculum, which is very much significant to look upon in this aspect also. The present generation, if you look at the concentration span, hardly 10 to 15 minutes. And the cognitive focus would be very much confined. And while preparing the curriculum, it must not be for the traditional method of teaching pedagogy or the methodology that have been adopted for many years. For the student's sake, if you look from the student's point of view, with the introduction or embracing AI in almost all the sectors, could be healthcare, could be education, or anything for that matter, students would be very much easily getting many sources, which is beyond the scope of the faculty's dependency. So in that context, the curriculum must have to be framed for the present context and the generation, looking into the aspect of all
Thank you, Professor, for these wonderful inputs. Okay, this is, I think, resonating with whatever I said. Professor, you want to say something? Then I'll go on to the professors over here. I'll come back to you. Just, we have time. I'll just ensure that everybody get onto it. Sir.
Hello. All of you graduated when there was no presence of AI. However, your aspiration, then application of mind, self-learning attitude led to all this innovation or invention or entrepreneurs. In the same way, the students also should have that aspiration. So that is the most one. It should come on their own, not by compulsion. Compulsion will not affect it.
Right, sir. Yeah. Can we have regional director, please?
When it comes to the fundamentals, it was stated outdated. No, it cannot be outdated. All the advancements have happened only because of the fundamentals. Probably, for example, Kirchhoff law, Ohm's law, and other things, or Newton's law, they remain to be the same forever. So, without fundamentals, they cannot be.
Yeah, I agree with that fundamental.
IITs also, they do go for fundamental aspects.
Sure.
Say engineering should result in knowledge, say they should learn what is core engineering. On the other hand, in a high school or say school level, they teach the students how to think and know what are the surroundings. They are two entirely different.
Yeah.
When they come to engineering course, it is totally different. So in that respect, it becomes too difficult to borrow a curriculum to suit the industry needs of all. It's not easy.
Yeah. Can we have one, sir?
I just want to just.
Yeah, sir, please go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
Sir, Namaste, I am Professor Sudarshan Reddy, Regional Director, BGU, Bangalore region, and also BOS Chairperson in E&E Engineering, and also Academic Director. So, thank you for all your inputs. We are updated.
We thank you for everything.
For this wonderful panel discussion. I should thank our Dean, Sir, Dr. Sanjay, Sir also. Same thing what our Sir is also my guru and also he is there in the BOS also. Same thing. At least 24 to 30 subjects fundamentals we have to teach for E&E. And who are there, my students, they are doing with these basics, wonderfully doing very well in the software industry up to high positions. My only concern is, with respect to these fundamental subjects, we have to teach some compulsory subjects also. Changing scenario, your requirement always you bring academics, we want, you have old curriculum and other things. So we have changed a lot with the Sir guidance and other things. We cannot compromise with the fundamentals. Point number one. Point number two is, when we do any subject curriculum, for example, basic electrical engineering, many insist they study something in PU1, PU2, high school. No. We have to see socio-economic. We cannot see only creamy people who have studied in the utmost top colleges in Bangalore. We have to see the rural, because I come from the rural background. So it is that also we have to keep it in, because you are because we are discussing C has been taught in the 8th standard. How about Kannada medium schools? How about others? It is there. But understanding level, updation level, they don't have exposed to computers, laptops, internet, something. So that also. So my question is, with all these scenario, how to make the justice for each and everyone?
Absolutely, sir.
I would like to take that. So 3 things. As I answered Madam some time back, fundamentals is extremely important. Why I wanted to answer this question specifically is, recently I built a digital twin using optimization algorithm for designing the mechanics of pneumatics for truck loaders, cranes, etc. I can ask AI to do that. It will give me a hopeless answer. I should know what I should ask. What I got, I hired an IIT MTech person in my team who is a manufacturing design specialist. I have a product design guy from IISc Bangalore. And I also have a physicist. Now these three guys are trained on AI tools. When I designed this pneumatic movement, the scenario is very different. I have to have the truck loader movement for a mining place, one in Orissa, two in Australia. What are my pneumatic strengths? What is my arm going to be? He talked about interdisciplinary skills. This is my interdisciplinary skill.
Exactly.
So I'm assuring you, we are not saying that AI is replacing. If fundamental is not, if a person does not have AI, he still can have a bright future. If a person does not have fundamentals, he has no future. Fundamental number one. Number two, second point of this one. When I decided the optimization algorithm, should he use Monte Carlo logic or what logic? He should be a statistician. He should have simulation knowledge. Who gives that? You give that. You. And I work with BITS Pilani. BITS Pilani professor, he guides me what to use for simulation. That might be theoretical, but I apply my practical wisdom on top of that. So coming to the conclusion of the whole thing, AI is required. Answering many people's questions here. She asked me about knowledge. She asked about the MCA, some questions about here. Reasoning is important. That comes from experience. A new fresher will not have that. He should have the ability to reason. And he should have the ability to find the right research paper. And those are the things which is required in the industry today. And they should have an awareness of the AI tools. And they should be very fast enough to address the fast pace in which AI is changing. It is not you are facing the problem. Even me in the industry, I am facing the challenge. 6 months back, hallucination was a big problem. Today is a lesser problem. All my responses are going on AI-based tools. Customers are finding out I'm giving AI-based response or I'm giving my experience response. Proposals get rejected, business gets questioned. So this is what I want to make the point. Anything else? Anybody can add on? Yeah.
I just want to add one thing. So I completely agree with sir what he told, that fundamentals cannot be compromised. That is what, when we started our discussion, initially I give you equations also, that those are not going to change obviously. But the question comes, are really those students understanding those equations so well? If I'm saying that Kirchhoff's law, then are we really understanding what is Kirchhoff's law? The more and more foundation, because AI, it's okay, it's a buzzword right now, but AI is always a tool. I will just tell one proverb. A tool is as smart as you are. It cannot be more smarter than you. If you are not smart enough to use it, you cannot do anything. So the fundamentals can never be compromised at any cost. And the T-shaped thing came into picture. We go for the hiring, and then this T structure came. The simple reason is, now, earlier there were two kinds of people. One who are jack of all trades, one who are master of one. Now, industry need jack of all trades with few masters in it. That is what we need. And that's why the gap is, you are seeing. Why that T structure comes? Because you need people who have a sound understanding of the things. Otherwise, the adaptability will not come. People will not able to accept or embrace the changes. So these, look, the basics, the foundation, fundamentals not going to change, but at the same time, how good you are in understanding the fundamentals matter. Now it matters more. The simple reason is, I will be little more careful in choosing my words. The information what faculty has, the same information right now the student has. They can also ask ChatGPT the same question. They also know the same information. Right now, information is not scarce. Earlier, the thing was that information was scarce. So you need a teacher. you need a professor who has more information. They are telling that information to the children. Now that is not the case. Now both have the same information, but where the difference is, both don't have the same understanding. Teachers should have a different understanding, and you never learn. One more assumption which I see in the industry or in the academia basically, which creates a problem, I think. We think that teaching, if a teacher is teaching well, then the students have learned well. No, that is not the case. You only learn when you struggle yourself. You only learn when you struggle. So let the students struggle with the problem. Let them solve the real-time problem. For example, right now we all are seeing that, okay, the question leak is a big problem right now. It is happening. People are not thinking at all. It should come from the academia. That problem should be solved. There should be some brain which can generate the question. You don't need a teacher to generate a question. Otherwise, it's always a human trust problem. But can we do that? Are we doing that? Are we really going in that direction? We don't know. So that is where the knowledge or the information is no more scarce. So please understand, every professor has to understand. Industry is understanding that information is plethora. So we have to be understanding that part and move forward.
Thanks, Rakesh. I'm just closing that because I have a lot of professors who wanted to ask questions. Now, one point I want to tell you, we are not going to alter fundamentals, nothing. But the question now put in front of you, faculties, in a whole 4 years of engineering, how you are going to create a curriculum which is acceptable for fundamentals one part, industry curriculum, I mean say like individual support industry, also support research and innovation, which is also very important, and the fourth angle is how it will support our entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem. The 4 wheels of academia need to run: teaching, learning, research, innovation, industry backing, and startup. If all the 4 wheels doesn't go hand in hand, I mean, say all the 4 wheels doesn't rotate with the same speed, only teaching, learning rotates, car can't go fast. This is what I wanted to tell you. Professor, you're waiting, and please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. This is Professor Jayadeva from Electronics and Communication Engineering from BMSITM. Sir, so far we have been largely addressing, and of course the initial phase of the AI usage was largely an IT related things, but we also have other branches like electronics, mechanical, civil, etc. I am thinking on how we can adapt this AI into the critical problems. Of course, it is already surfaced, mentioned that AI cannot do the critical thinking, but still how we can use it. For example, we have an A to D converter, but every day new A to D converters we have been making it depending on the problem situation, and the critical thinking is that requires a circuit concept. That means we have certain set of inputs and certain requirement need to be met there. The present IC will not meet. So then we need to design it. Or else, every day new devices are coming up. As the devices are existing device with the shrinkage, that needs to be adapted in a certain design. Models are required. So an engineer has to think and design a new model for it. So he has to have the fundamental knowledge. Of course, that is one thing. And then all else we have other problems. Say, basically India doesn't have, as far as it is my knowledge, we don't have an operating system. So all the operating system, it is this Windows or Linux, it is all from other countries. We have been borrowing it, purchasing it, and we are using it. A lot of money is spent on that. How effectively we can use or else mechanical students, for example, say earlier Innova was using an engine. The same engine they are tinkered into use it for depending upon the customer requirement. So ETOS has come into picture. So that is basically the same engine, but whether all these kind of circumstances, how well we can utilize AI model so that we can do the things of our things, we can still faster.
Augmentation of AI. Anybody would like to answer?
Can I take it?
Your core base, your core
I'll take it.
element of engineering, but how you're going to augment with the help of AI. Go ahead.
See, I mean, as I was mentioning earlier, interdisciplinary and how that we can bring in AI, applied AI in other, engineering core discipline, right? So for example, in chip or on the VLSI or in the semiconductor side of it, there is again a lot of AI tools that's being adopted already, right? You know, the speed to market is something is very important for all these companies. And I know personally that there are a lot of enterprises, they are already using heavily the AI in terms of their chip design or, with respect to the fabrication side of it, how that they can simulate, in a faster way, right? So same way for mechanical, there is a lot of ways that, how we can bring in applied AI. So that's one thing that I wanted to mention. Let us not have AI as just very restricted for computer science or a specific AI discipline. This has to cut across. Maybe you can start off with a foundational course, then branch out, make it more specific for electronics, or maybe specific for mechanical, maybe specific for even for civil engineering. There are a lot of AI use cases that is applicable, and I think it is important for the students to start understanding the effectiveness of AI in their each discipline. Now, the faculties, in my opinion, has to play a very, very important role in terms of understanding, connecting the domain, and then bring the AI aspect together, and then see if there are any kind of projects that can be executed, right? I mean, these are the ways that how we can try bringing and apply AI instead of just doing it more of an academic side of it. So don't treat AI as just one additional subjects for these downstream computer science discipline, but then it has to be more applied, which means that they need to go deeper and deeper into each of these disciplines.
I think at this point I wanted to have, because I'm sure a lot of professors have questioned. There used to be a thinker's corner. Why don't we think of having one place where digital corner, where we put all the question, and with the help of industry academia cell, pass it on this question to various industries and get the answer for it. Professor, I'm just putting it across to you. Vice Principal and after Professor.
I will just take 30 seconds. I will not take much time. I understand the problem you told. Actually, when kids are doing those circuits, ACs, ICs, they are trying to put, it is cost-oriented. In computer science, it's very easy to apply a AI tool because you have one laptop, the program is running, things are good. But if somebody has to design an engine, it comes with a cost. It requires a cost. My proposal is that their different disciplines should work together, and simulator is one of the very good solution for your problem. You first collaborate in between with the CS team, with the mechanical team. They should make an engine on a computer, a simulator engine. They need a knowledge of the material, they need the knowledge of the mechanical stuff, they need the understanding of the civil things, then only they can make a real simulator. Because without cost you can make it, and then you can propose to the real industry and they can do this.
Yeah, I think the placement cell has a very good point. So there is online questions are also there. We would love to answer that. Any professors having questions, we will take very few because I'm sure we are standing in between us and lunch. So what we are just trying to do is, we would like to just take a few and then put it in a repository, pass it on to because the placement cell is always interacting with the industry. Please pass it on to different industries and definitely you'll get a lot of inputs, and we are open for it. But thank you, Principal Sir, and I'm sure that this has generated a lot of interest, in fact. Yeah.
ChatGPT in our syllabus, across streams, all the streams, not only computer science, does it make sense as a AI or writing a ChatGPT itself? If so, where industry suggests us, because we always look for industry guidance, industry people are there in our panel. So creating a tool like ChatGPT probably where can it come? Some guidance, some light we can throw on that.
I'll take that. So again, it goes back to the point that was coming in. Don't compete with AI, right? It's already there. So every stream cannot create a ChatGPT. So it's already there. You can't go buy it. It's already being done. There are companies which are coming, and today ChatGPT, day after tomorrow OpenAI, today Claude is coming. Claude is also come up with completely different scenario. You actually look at it, it's going ahead. The suggestion would be, give access to these tools in different streams, and leave it alone and see what happens. Magic happens. It's like give it to the kid a phone, and you can see what's going on with him. He's probably more informative and everything else. You think he's not getting it. He probably knows more information than you. That's the same thing with students. I would suggest that's exactly what we've been telling. Any stream for it, give the tool. It could come out completely differently. You and I do not know, a lot of people do not know the reality of the outcome of the tool itself. We ourselves, that's why we said AI first, right? You put the tool in it, it comes in completely different. You don't know something else could come out from a commerce student, with the art student, with electronics and we're talking about circuit boards. Try that out, right? Put those things inside the tool itself. It comes out with a completely different thing. And now you got to go back and on the ground and actually have to manufacture. So you need to have soldering, you need to do all of it, you need to know what resistor and everything. That's the fundamental. But I think you should keep going. I would say use this as an assisted tool. That's exactly what our companies are doing, all the companies are doing. We are not saying that's a separate team. Neither am I building an AI tool. I'm utilizing that tool to be much more efficient, right? There's companies who are already invested on it, and they've gone ahead. If my company wants to build one, great, wonderful. But it's already gone way beyond building from the scratch up, right?
Yeah, just to extend that.
You are going to answer, Ashwin, and then
Okay,
Sridhar.
so have a slightly different perspective there, especially because you're asking from a computer science perspective. See, I'm splitting AI here. I think AI is a very loosely used term as well. One is the consumer side of it, where we actually use it on a day-to-day basis, helping augment our productivity of mundane tasks in daily life. But there is actually the analytical AI side, where actually we work with building models, building focus actually on fundamentals of math and stats. So that's actually really important, and that's something we should continue to invest. And as a country, we need to do a lot more, like Claude or even the ChatGPTs, all the models behind are actually reasoning models, thinking models, processing models, all of them are coming in. And even outside of that, there are image models, statistical models coming out. So I think that's a completely different perspective. We should 100% invest, because those can be brought into the consumer space eventually. So two different perspectives. One is the consumer AI, where using not competing with the ChatGPTs to actually creating those UIs or ecosystem out there, but we should invest getting those models which can be Indianized, which can actually help the Indian industry. So absolutely, sir, we should get those models built, and investment should be there in that perspective as well.
Having said that, if a student is actually doing right now another tool, and if he's going to compete with ChatGPT, please go ahead. I mean, you don't know. There might be some geek sitting right there and a student right now building another model which is going to compete with Claude and OpenAI. That's how fast it is. And he's probably using one of these tools to do it. That's how it's going to happen. We don't know. There might be one person who's going to do that in the next 6 months or tomorrow itself. Right?
Yeah, Sridhar, go ahead.
Okay.
So what I'll do is here afterwards, I want the speakers to ask, you will ask question very crisp. So how many of you are using treadmill? Okay, I'm putting you now on the faster speed, okay? Your question should be very crisp, and for the panelists also, your answer should be 30 seconds, all right? So that's going to be.
I still want to answer this question. So the point is, are we going to build Windows operating system, or are we going to learn how to use it better? Or the point is, are we going to build SAP ERP and the whole ecosystem, or are we going to learn how to best utilize it and implement a solution? AI in the same state now. Models reach to the state where we cannot compete. But in our industry, what we are doing, look at a Power BI analytics is what is famous. But now we are adding AI on top of that, giving the insights, giving the predictions. That is the difference what we are trying to create. Power BI is not going away in that, but we are adding on top of that. And you look at any of the processes we do, we are adding AI to improve the efficiency and execution. So you still need to build the AI agents and AI assistants, but we don't try to compete with OpenAI or Anthropic.
Good afternoon. This is Professor Raju Hazare, Professor in Electronics and Dean Innovation. Sir, thank you for the great discussion. Next. Sorry. So we understand the importance of basics and then what are the tools to be used, and then skill requirements from the industry. Yes, we understand with work there is a gap in, there is academic gap and there is an industry academic gap, because fundamentals, we should only fill that gap as an academician, and skill based on the requirement of industry, we should train our youths. So that is one part, sir.
Sir,
this is one
question,
challenge.
crisp.
Yes.
Crisp.
Next is, what are the assessment methods that you suggest to bring out the best learning outcomes from the students?
Learning outcome-based model. So I would like to pass it on to Ananda. Suggest an outcome-based learning model. You have 45 seconds.
Yes, so we have already doing it out. So better to go for outcome based in the sense, evaluate how they have implemented, don't look at the solution, think about what was the thought process behind it. So that way we actually do my interviews, maybe if you're somebody else link, that's how it happens. My questions will be different. Okay. So look at how the thought process has gone behind. Don't just look at the outcome of it. Some of them might have failed, fine, but acknowledging it, I failed, I reworked it, is what the key for it. So think about how they are able to implement their mind process, their knowledge in the solution.
All right, please go ahead with next professor. Crisp. Absolutely, no chance.
They can take any challenge, they can get a success, and we have seen in the world in recent past. My question is, now the roles of the educator is redefining. As for the industry perspective, what is that redefining the role of educator?
Anybody would like to take it? Educator, okay.
Yeah. See, I'm answering two people's questions here. They should promote a lot of certification. We can't change a curriculum. It's a massive exercise. You can't have months and months of subjects. If technology has to be kept in pace, Google, AWS, Anthropic, they give certifications and certification programs. Have that as an option in electives so that people are aware of that. Bring the electives earlier in the career, be it second year or third year, so they are aware of the new trends going on. That's the redefinition I would like to put. That helps them to ensure that fundamentals are in place and how those can be adopted using new technologies.
Okay, my simple answer to that, again, I want to tell you, professors, I told you those 4 important models: teaching learning, research innovation, industry, and startup. You have to give a balance for all the 4. How you're creating balance, I leave it to you. I am not a judge to decide. Professor, please pass on your question. Manoj.
So can we make them to work or more of kind of practical kind of examination rather than theory based question? And one more thing, rather than we concentrating building a curriculum using artificial intelligence, if you make our students to apply their actual intelligence, definitely that will go.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes and no to your question. Yes, you need to make it more application oriented. No, you cannot delete exams. The fundamental thing what educators can do is, thank you. The fundamental thing what educators should do is, so far we have been teaching students how to answer questions. Start teaching them how to ask questions.
So my simple answer after Manoj saying, please create in your institution more all-rounders. Pass it on to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, I'm Kulsum from Computer Science Department, BMSIT. Thank you for this opportunity for giving me. My question is less of a question and more of a request. It is open to the panel. When Anand sir started the discussion about interdisciplinary projects, when Santosh sir, I apologize, when Santosh sir started the discussion about interdisciplinary projects, and then we at BMSIT have already
all these. One page for the problem statement page. So we will refer it as a team and we will
I have it.
we have to solve it.
I have it actually. I have already shared it with Ambika ma'am here from my company. So anyway, I'll pass it on.
Yeah, so no, I love it because we are already doing it. Sirs, with that, Unisys Innovation Program is something we put up all the problem statements, and your students come and pick it up, and they've actually won good prize money and everything else. So that is there. But look at it the other way around. So this. I don't think there's actually a gap. You're already listening. Just this forum itself. It's happening everywhere, right? I think there's no gap between industry and academia. It's more about partnership where we have. And that comes to what Sir was saying. The problem is we are in Bangalore. There are rural colleges also. There are other places. So that's the problem of a university like a VTU where we have to take a college which is in Bangalore and we have to also take a college which is somewhere remote as well. How do we bring together? Now we got to bring it together. And that's where I was just telling, I think we are far better than Harvard and everywhere else where they have only one problem to solve for and they rank it. It's all ranking is based on some particular parameter, right? If you put that parameter in an Indian context, we'll probably be the number one, right? And they ask them to come along with us. Tomorrow they will be, I think we'll be number one, right? But I think it's more of your question. Give the problem statements are available. It's already in the market. Your students are already doing it. If they are picking up a project, they're actually doing it. You're asking for industry to put it out there. I think it's already there. It's about, again, use the tool. Just go on AI, it will throw it up, right? And we can help you out. What we are doing is getting you that experience. If I can get you on year 1, year 2, year 3, I think we'll all be far away.
Sure. What I will tell you about Unisys and, like I'm from Salesforce, Unisys, we are great partners. In fact, I want to tell you, for my company, Salesforce, we have put up everything on Trailhead, which is open for, anybody can learn on it. I'm sure in this auditorium, many of you use Tableau, which is one of our product. You can simply download Tableau, you can use those licenses, learn, you can use it, you can teach your students, everything is. You can always reach out to us at any point of time. Ma'am, thank you so much. That's a very good question. Yeah.
Thank you for the answer. Just one request, just a general template. If there is
We will do that.
website page.
Sure, it's there, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, well, I'm Dr. Rajkumar, Dean Academics of the Science Group. As you have suggested many things, but the other period I waited for that to reply. And also I am the chairman of VTU, Civil Board and Academic Senate member. So we have many colleagues here, members, VTU members. And our principal is the Dean Academics of the VTU also. So we have taken your inputs as I told the sir, told Venkat sir. One is most important thing is not training the student, first upskilling the faculty. So upskilling the faculty to the technology, whatever we are looking for. As a dean academics, we are integrating all the interdisciplinary skill sets in all across all the disciplines that we are doing. Almost we have reached up to the industry 4.0. Why we are still initiating because it is a combination of natural intelligence and artificial intelligence and collaborating with respect to that and sustainability we are addressing not much and that the ethics also we have to look into that. That is we are trying level best to go ahead with industry 5.0. But another important thing is what is it we are really concentrating on teaching is a cognitive levels. We are teaching, but we are not touching upon affective of whether the students are learning or not, what is their emotions and creativity more creativity among the students. The affective domains we need to touch it. Another one is psychomotor domain. 3 domains, cognitive, affective.
Exactly. This is what exactly I was telling you about the curriculum design framework. This is what?
What is probably teaching learning process.
Okay.
So definitely as a dean, we will take your inputs.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I have a question to the panel. With that, we are going to close this. This is again 30-second rapid fire round for all of you. 30 seconds you have. You have to tell our professors over here the difference between education and training. Your time starts now. Education and training. Dr. Rajkumar ignited that particular point in my mind. Now you have to tell us exact definition between education and training. You have 30 seconds.
Train.
And I want you to listen to that. It's very important when you create the curriculum. Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar, putting that point in my mind, because otherwise I would have missed it. Education and training, 30 seconds you have. What is the difference? And how we are going to create curriculum to balance all these things?
Training is you have the thought process and you're teaching them like a coach. Education is teaching them how to even think so that they can solve their problems.
Education is foundational strength. Training is expertise skill.
Training is on the ground, practical experience, real world exposure. Education is theoretical.
On that, this one, education is this side of the system there, training here, right? No,
I
seriously.
hope you got the point now. Is that
Right,
clear?
that's exactly. You are
Okay,
education,
thank you, Lalit,
we are
for
training
bringing.
ground, come and experiment, do everything else here, right?
Thank you, Lalit, for bringing that. I wanted the same answer.
I agree. The education is more fundamental than training is where it is applied. But this has to go in hand with the feedback. And that has to work. And one thing that I wanted to mention, academics or the faculty, in industry from an IT perspective, we spend a lot of time in upgrading ourselves. We kind of keep adapting to the new technology. Today we are talking about AI, tomorrow something else may come. So the request here is the faculty also need to upgrade along with the industry and the expectations from the industry. Yeah, thanks.
From my side, I will give completely different type analogy. Education is make him to grow his own food. Training is you feed him. It's all ready.
Thank you.
My side, again, very similar. Education is more towards make them design, think, develop, iterate, fail, and learn. Training is more customized into the where you're actually, or the industry are actually going about.
I will add one more thing to the education. Other than learning, the ethics is very important in education, which training don't have. Training is just how you learn to use a tool, that is a training. But education tell you that how responsibly you will behave when nobody is around. So please make sure that you educate people, don't only train them.
Thank you, VTU, for organizing this, and BMSIT professor. I close this entire panel discussion with the thoughts what they are presented here with the Swami Vivekananda's quote of education make a person to stand on his own feet. This is what exactly I wanted to resonate it. Thank you very much with this great educators over here. That's what I'm saying. You're not trainers, you're educators who are educating not for a degree, not for a job, educating for life. With that note, I would like to close this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our distinguished panels and our moderator for this extremely engaging and wonderful session. On a lighter note, I am extremely impressed with the enthusiasm that our faculty have shown today and equally met by you. So I think it was a very successful event today. Thank you so much. I now request our Vice Principal, Dr. Anil GN, to please felicitate our distinguished panelists and thereafter propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, one and all. I have very less time, I am being told, between lunch and now. And also your time is important because you are also held up here. I'll try to finish this pretty fast in a short span of time. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and all my beloved colleagues in this auditorium and those watching across the YouTube channels and VTU, Vishweshwara Technological University. So on behalf of VTU and BMS IT&M, it's my privilege to express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed moderator and all the distinguished panelists for enriching today's leadership dialogue with their valuable insights and perspectives. I had some notes with me. I was very much impressed with all the points what you had told, attributed to each one of you, the best what was taken, but I would like to keep it short. Starting here, especially for the students, the last one was for education, what you told. For the educators, 30 seconds you had given, but for the students, Mr. Manoj spoke about entitlement, Mr. Venkat about learn, fail, the rotation, and again learn, and then do on that. Mr. Ranganath sir spoke about accountable and his experiences. Mr. Lalit need council training. Venkat, he spoke about innovation thrice, in bracket 3, innovation, innovation, and innovation. Mr. Ananda spoke about think out of the box. Mr. Ashwin told something relating to the helping journey. Mr. Rakesh, freedom tools, and bear with the questions, with their questions. This is something very important what I felt. And of course, our moderator termed it career counselor. Career counselor, how do one position to be created in the institute and the organization. Apart from that, I was very much again impressed by Mr. Rakesh and Mr. Manoj and also Ranganath sir. Sometimes, you have to poke a joke at yourself in the class to make the student attentive towards you. So that was very nice about when you told sir, maid is more important than a husband at home. So that was something very catchy to me today, and I felt very happy. I think I'll be telling at home today to my wife. Okay, so that is something what I felt. And, this one, the elite institutions was also told. Yes. So now let me get on with the formals. And here one person I would like to thank among all is my guru, Professor, we call him as KM, Keshavamurthy, Keshavamurthy sir. I have been associated to him in 2005 to 8 on an academic assignment, but then the relation has gone this far. Today also when he comes, he holds both my hands. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, now, I would like to, so as a token of our appreciation and gratitude for the invaluable contribution to today's leadership dialogue, we would now like to present a small memento to each of our distinguished guests. May I request Dr. Sanjay H.A. sir, Dean VTU, Principal BMS IT&M, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Lalitanandan Moses, Vice President and Managing Director, Country Head, Unisys, India. Can I get a bottle of water? Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Rajkumar, Dean Academics, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Srinath Nadkarni, Executive Vice President and Head, Data and AI, Indium. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Raju Azare, Dean Innovation Entrepreneurship, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Venkat Sridhar, Senior Director, Digital and Transformation Head, Digital Technology Center, West Pharmaceutical Services. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Usha, Dean Student Welfare, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Ranganathan P., Practice Head, Digital Twin and Industrial Architecture, LTI Mindtree. Thank you, ma'am. May I request Dr. Satish, Head Department of Computer Science Engineering, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Anand Beri, Associate Director, Eurofins, IT Solutions India Private Limited. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Sureka, Head Department of Information Science Engineering, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Ashwin Kumar, Senior Director, Lobes India. Thank you, ma'am. May I request Dr. Anupama, Head Department of AI/ML, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Manoj Dusanapudi, Distinguished Engineer, IBM India. May I request Dr. Hema Malini, Professor AI/ML. Thank you, ma'am. May I request Dr. Vishwakiran, Head Department of CSBS, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Rakesh Kumar, Senior Architect, Eurofins Delivery IT Center. Given to these people, it is there, no?
Who's giving, sir? I don't think so. Later we'll-
Okay. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Shanish Cletus, Dean Career Guidance, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Santosh Rebello, Head Higher Education, Global Workforce Development, Salesforce India. No, no, don't do that. No, I don't know. Another one is coming. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Three more. Yeah, may I request Dean of VTU, Dr. Sanjay, Principal BMS IT and M, to present a memento to our loving professor, Dr. Keshavamurthy M. May I request Dr. P. Ganesh, Professor, MCA, to present a memento to Dr. Sudarshan Reddy, HR, VTU, Director, PG. May I request Professor Sanjay Belgaonkar to present a memento to Dr. Ajit Sir, Special Officer, VTU. May I request Dr. Shobha, Head ISC Department, to come over and present a memento to Dr. Mahendra Prashant, EC member, VTU. Please come. Come, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving our esteemed moderator and distinguished panelists a warm round of applause for generously sharing their time, expertise, and invaluable insights with us today. So on behalf of VTU and BMS IT and M, I extend my sincere gratitude to all the distinguished industry leaders, respected VTU delegates, principals, deans, heads of departments, faculty members, and every participant for your gracious presence and enthusiastic participation. Your support and engagement have made today's leadership dialogue a truly meaningful and enriching experience. We look forward to your continued association as we work together to reimagine engineering education for the AI-driven digital economy. Thank you once again. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल मङ्गलवङ्गा विन्ध्य हिमाचल यमुना गङ्गा उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
for you right outside here. Please join us. Dignitaries, we will escort you to the boardroom.